Shango Mojuba ile Shango Oniwalo Eri jaja Orisha oko erumole Shango Mojuba ile Iwaloba kuso Amabu Shango ye ye 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 Abajagba emi oba kuso 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 Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Amabu Shango ye ye Amabu Shango ye ye Amabu Shango ye ye Amabu Shango ye ye Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Abajagba emi oba kuso Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Ariwo ariwo ye ye Abajagba emi oba kuso 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 Abajagba emi oba
Tendai Mwari, be thankful unto the Mother, Father, creative life force of the universe. Kuzai Mudzimu Mukuru, give praises unto our great ancestors, Abibi Tumi, Abibi Faholi, African Liberation and African Power for all African people. Yeah, so we're there and we're gonna get into some things today. So I'm still waiting for our specially invited guests to come through. But it's going to be an interesting one today, family. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If you're familiar with Shakara Speaks, then you probably have come across our guest today, Brother Kofi Campbell, a few times. And as I've referred to him, he's our resident neoliberal. And so after our last session, during which we were speaking to Elder Cecil Gutsmore, on the existential crisis facing African people, I invited Brother Kofi and basically said, the platform is yours, my brother, to deliver and give us wherever your vision is for African people and African liberation. And he selected the title Liberalism, the forgotten path to Black liberation. And so that is what he's going to be ministering on for us today. And as usual, after he's finished, the floor will be open to take comments, contributions, challenges, respectful challenges, criticisms, and so on and so forth. All right, Brother Kofi is here. So before he comes through, I am just going to let you know about an event that's taking place coming up with a very special guest. And as African people, we need to link up across the so-called language barrier, and Pan-Africanism is all about us being able to link across the world, kings and queens. Yeah. And so I have the pleasure of hosting our brother Kemi Seba in the UK on the Saturday, the 22nd of April. Now, we're scheduled to be at the Bridge Park Complex in Harrow Road. However, there is a bit of an issue with the venue at the moment, so I may have to change the venue. Okay. But I'm putting the promotion out there anyway for those who are watching right about now. So, yeah, man, it's going to be a serious session. And brother Kemi Seba is going to be launching the English edition of his book, the fundamental philosophy of Pan-Africanity. Now, if you're not familiar with brother Kemi Seba, get to know, and along with Got Kush TV and many other organizations, we were able to host the brother in December of 2019, and you can watch his full speech on Got Kush TV right about now. But he is one of the leading organizers in the French-speaking African world at the moment, and developed a significant name for himself and the organization Urgence Panafricaniste when they were fighting and developing a movement against French neocolonialism in particular, and the CFA franc. Yeah. And so it's very important for us to hear what the brother has to say. So come check it out on Saturday, the 22nd of April. Like I said, there is a bit of an issue with the venue, so I may have to change the venue. However, that is the vibration as it stands right about now. All right, so do stay tuned for that. By the way, as you come through, like up the video, kings and queens, like up the video and share it. Yeah, share it far and wide. And I want to big up the chat, big up to Ultra Funky in the building, big up Setem Hotep, big up to the melanated goddess. I mean, peace and Pan-Africanism to you, my sister. The pro-black perspective is in the house. All right, stay tuned, my brother. I feel like you're gonna, enjoy this one, and I'm sure your contributions in the Q&A will be interesting. Also, big up to Leo Jadorium, big up my brother. Kimani Hibra, Scattered Minds is in the building. You know what I mean? Javier Meloman is in the building. So yeah, man, it's gonna be a serious session. Like I said, like out the video, spread this Pan-African energy, Pan-African vibration far and wide, and also share it. Yeah, click the share button, and the coverage in our assistant knows say, yeah, Shakara speaks. They are live right here now, and we're about to give liberalism a hearing because I'm a very fair and just African. So I'm going to bring through our special guest, and what we're going to do right about now, first and foremost, because many of you may have seen Brother Kofi Campbell, but you may not know who he is. Yeah. So before we get into the presentation, first of all, greetings, Brother Kofi.
Yeah, man, greetings.
All right, so you're there, you know what I'm saying? And so yeah, before you get into the veg, yeah, so to speak, of the presentation, because not for the honest, are vegan, you know what I mean? So we don't want to get them no meat, we want to get them the veg, yeah. Let the people them know who is Kofi Campbell. You know what I mean? Where you come from? Where you do? You know what I mean? What expertise,
Yeah, my expertise is trolling. Seriously, well, I'm a Jamaican, as anybody can recognize the accent. Even though Antiguans sound like Jamaicans too. Yeah, so I am a teacher by profession. Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, I've been interested in African liberation struggles for the whole life. Grew up as a what them call a red diaper baby, communist household. So we know everything about communism and the ins and outs of communism. And basically, the shift from communism or socialism to African nationalism was an easy one because both of them deal with freedom and liberation, even though the needs might be different. You know what I mean?
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's basically it.
You don't live in Jamaica right now?
Back and forth. I'm a nomad. Yeah.
All right.
Wandering African.
All right. And are you you're university accredited, yeah? So you have a degree.
Yes, I'm university accredited. I have a bachelor's in political science and a master's in education. Both of them kind of useless because you don't learn at university. You learn before you learn after.
Of course. So we're not gonna get no Dr. Kofi Campbell anytime soon. That not gonna go on.
No.
No. All right. Cool. All right. So just wanted to give the people them a little understanding of as to who the I is. And so yeah, I'm gonna go into the background now. So just let me know when you're done. And we'll come through and open up the Q&A session. Nice. Oh, by the way, I do have those texts that you wanted on the screen. So let me know when you want them on the screen. Yeah. I have them to display. You said you had 2 texts that you wanted to display. They were.
Remind me.
It was what are they? Let me just make sure I have the correct movements. Yeah, so Ludwig von Mises' book. And
the references. Oh yeah. All right. I mean, I won't be doing the PowerPoint. I'm not as versed as you young people.
No, I've got it to share when you're ready. So I've organized it.
Okay.
Yeah. So feel free to, you know what I mean? All right. So yeah, let me go into the back chat now. So kings and queens, over to Brother Kofi Campbell. Bless.
All right. Thanks for the introduction, Shakara. Thanks for having me, hosting me on your program. You know what I mean? As you said a couple of days ago, you didn't need to do this, but because you're fair and balanced and you're not afraid of debate and dialogue, like some Garveyites, you agreed to do this. And I mean, even though we have very big disagreements on African, the means to African liberation, I don't think that we agree that on the goal of African liberation. I think we disagree on the means to attain that end. But you're a fair and balanced person, so you want to share this platform. Yeah, so I had my notes ready to talk on liberalism, right? And why I think liberalism, being the forgotten path to Black liberation, is the best one. But I have to make a brief comment on the recent developments in America as it pertains to the Silicon Valley Bank, right? Because again, it demonstrates the failure of the new economy, right? The failure of this idea that after an economic bubble has burst, that it is the job of the central planners to prop up prices of labor, prices of assets, prices of agricultural products. This was an economic paradigm that was introduced in the 1930s after the stock market crash in 29, right? And we still follow this model to today, right? The problem with this model is that it leads to inflation and it leads to economic bubbles, and you don't really solve the problem, but you just kick the can down the road. So stagflation in the 1970s, which is just something where you have high inflation and high unemployment. Stagflation was the result of the years of inflation by the central bank after World War II. Yeah, and in the 1980s, Paul Volcker, that's the Fed chairman under Reagan, he did what was needed to be done, right? It was fairly easier back then. It was still painful, but it was easier back then because the debt level wasn't so high, right? But now, even after that, you had the dot-com bubble, right? And that bubble burst, and instead of again allowing the market to readjust, they inflate the bubble again, and that led to the subprime bubble bursting. After that, Obama and Trump still inflate the bubble, and especially after the pandemic, the pandemic stimulus bubble, that bursting now, right? And again, it just shows that politics will always trump economics with a lot of people because the decisions are hard, right? Did this crash call the bluff of the Fed? I don't know, right? I didn't study econometrics and I don't have the magical mathematical models to make that prediction. But what I can say is that this paradigm is a negation of liberalism. It's a negation of capitalism because capitalism is a system of profit and loss. It's not a system of profits, losses, bailouts, and more inflation, right? That's a different economic model. And the fact is that government cannot bail out businesses without transferring that loss. Okay? So you can keep doing it, but after a while, you're basically socializing the banking sector. You're basically nationalizing the banking sector because you're socializing the losses, even though you're privatizing the gains. I mean, that's essentially what Comrade Hugo Chavez accused George Bush of doing in 2008, right? He said, basically, you're nationalizing the banking sector. Like you're bailing out everybody. You're socializing the loss. And socializing losses only going to lead to inefficiency, only going to lead to capital depletion and not capital accumulation, right? It can hide inefficiencies for so long and no more. And that's why socialists like nationalization, right? Because they think they can get around the market by letting the state own the means of production. They think they can get around the idea of fluctuating market prices. They think that prices are just something cooked up by the capitalists to exploit people, and a politburo can set the prices. You know what I mean? But again, you're only hiding inefficiencies in the system that only going to lead to losses and dislocation and malinvestment and increased pauperization, right? And like I said, that's why socialists love that model. You have here's a YouTube video with Dr. Jared Ball, right, talking on cooperatives and what Du Bois, W.E.B. Du Bois, what he had to say about cooperatives. Basically, Du Bois was saying that cooperatives can't work because when each time they try, they fail. So therefore, the state is needed to make them work, which socialists like Dr. Ball would cheer that on and say yes. But what you're basically doing is saying that whatever the preferences of the consumer, be it if they want cooperatives or not, or if they want Silicon Valley Bank or not, whatever their preferences, the central planner is going to override it, right? And they're going to force a product onto the consumers, whether they like it or not. Right? And that's essentially what nationalization is about, is essentially what socialism is about. And that's not respecting the consumer, Dr. Ball, right? That's exploiting the consumer and that's exploiting the taxpayers because people didn't sign up for that, right? All right, so with that out of the way, I didn't mean to recommend this book, but with the whole SVB crisis, I think it's an opportune time to promote certain books and certain ideas because just like 2008, you're gonna find the socialists are going to come out of the woodwork again, blaming capitalism for what is going on now and taking advantage of the economic ignorance of the masses once again to ask for even more government intervention in the economy. So I will just start off by recommending this book, Understanding Money Mechanics by Robert Murphy. No, it's not a book about how to get rich. No, it's not a book about how to build your wealth network or black buying power or any of that silliness. It's a book about the history of money, the function of money, the function of banking and the history of banking, history of central banking in both Europe and the United States, and the causes for the establishment of a central bank in America, and why certain groups wanted a central bank, and what are some of the problems with the central bank, right? Explained is what is known as the Austrian business cycle, and I think it's a good introduction. It's very reader friendly, right? You're not going to get any mathematical models or anything like that. It's very it's a good introduction to certain ideas, some free market ideas that I think is needed, because the cause for more socialism is going to get louder. I don't argue with people anymore about whether or not socialism will prevail. I think it's a foregone conclusion already. I think all evidence point to the inevitability of socialism, given all the dislocations, the malinvestments, and the distortions in the economy. People are going to clamor for more socialism, which is only going to make things much worse. So I think people should arm themselves. All right, so today we're going to explode the myths, like Tony Browder said. We're going to talk about liberalism and why I think it's a better economic and political system than the prevailing one that we have now. I'm going to try and convince you guys on why I think liberalism is a radical black alternative to the prevailing assumptions that we have now. Why is it radical? Because it is so out of the mainstream in the black community and in the wider society.
Sorry, Kofi, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm getting some people saying that your mic sounds a bit muffled. Yeah, I can hear you clearly, and it does sound a bit slightly muffled, but it's not like it's inaudible. It's just that it's a bit muffled. So I don't know if you want to take out your
Take out the mic.
Yeah.
Take out this.
There's a bit more background noise this way, and I can hear myself back, but your voice sounds clearer. So let me see what the audience is saying, and then we'll work it out from this one.
Voice sound clearer now?
I think you do.
Yeah, so I'm going to repeat all of that.
No. I don't think you have to repeat nothing. Yeah, so it's clearer. All right. So yeah, got through. Let's continue from where you stop. Yeah, from where we stop you. Yeah, and just let's go on through, because I think they could hear you. It's just a bit muffled. Yeah, but everything bless. Yeah, got you.
Okay. All right. So liberalism as the forgotten part of black liberation. Forgotten because believe it or not, once upon a time black leaders espoused liberal values, or espoused more or leaned more towards liberal values than they do today. I mean, the idea or the notion or the stereotype of the loudmouth militant black socialist as a community organizer, a community leader who calling for more and more government to intervene and organize the lives of black people is really a product of the 1960s. Even Du Bois in the 19th century, as bad as he was, there's a famous quote by Du Bois where he said that a little less complaining and a little more work can go a long way more than 1,000 civil rights laws, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, right? So again, black leaders at that time knew that it is production that precedes consumption, that as black people, you have to produce, yeah? And as I said before, the prevailing economic assumption is a negation of liberalism, is a negation of the economic truth or economic law that says production precedes consumption. Demand side economics is a negation of that that basic economic fact today. And that's why in the black community we have
such a plethora of economic views that reflect that basic demand side assumption that the problem is that we lack money to jingle in our pockets. You know what I mean? But if the government can only give us more money to demand more goods and services, goods and services will be given unto us like manna from heaven, right? So you have the black spectrum, the spectrum of black political thoughts, from socialism to cultural nationalism to neoliberalism. All of them advocate that kind of demand side economics in one way or the other. So, for instance, socialists like Dr. Jared Ball would be advocating for government to expropriate wealth and redistribute it, and give everybody their fair share, fair share. How is government going to determine everybody's fair share? I don't know. Maybe by some giant calculator, it's going to calculate everybody's fair share. Or you have cultural nationalists, like the other day I was watching Omawale Africa on trade and wealth, Trade Mageddon, right? And in that video, it gave the impression that mercantilism, which is a system of zero-sum economics, winner takes all, it gave the impression that that kind of system is what build the wealth of nations, right? Or we have neoliberals like Professor Glenn Lowry, who thinks that society should be managed by Ivy League economic experts, probably like him or Larry Summers or Jerome Powell, and they're supposed to centrally plan everybody's lives through the central bank and the financial sector. They know what's the perfect balance between unemployment and inflation. Again, where they get this knowledge? Probably from the same source that Jared Ball gets, where he thinks that the state can actually know everybody's fair share, right? If you look at all these economic and social perspectives in the Black community, all of them negate the individual and what they want, their own hopes and desires and their own aims. They negate that because they tend not to say individual, they tend to say aggregates. Right? They calculate aggregates, and they tend to have a top-down approach to economics. What individuals want or desire is rarely acknowledged because of a greater goal, right? And they assume that that their goal is noble. I mean, most people assume that their goal is noble, right? I mean, even Stalin and Pol Pot and those guys, they assumed that what they were doing was something noble, but the means in which they went about doing it was problematic. It is problematic for liberalism because liberalism involves taking the individual into account and what the individual wants, which is not always what central planners or economic professors or socialist professors want. All right, so I'm going to show that Marcus Garvey understood the liberal tradition better than his contemporaries and better than his enemies today, his socialists and neoliberal enemies today, because we know that mainstream thought in the Black community is anti-Garvey. Whether we're talking about the progressives or we're talking about the conservatives, both of them tend to negate Garvey or dismiss him. His thought and ideas. And Garvey appreciated the liberal tradition because of his experience with business and his experience with the undemocratic regime in Liberia at the time, right? At the time, Liberia was ruled by a despot, a feudal lord by the name of Charles King, and he was the one who determines the economic destiny of the country. He determines who comes in for investment. He determines what land they get. He determines who set up business, etc. That's not liberalism. That's a negation of liberalism. And if you recall the Garcia report, I don't have some of my books here. Most of my Garvey books are somewhere else. But if you remember, what is known as the Garcia report was a report on the conditions in Liberia at the time that Garvey was making the move over to Liberia. And the report basically said that Liberia had no industry, right? That the government and government officials there were living like parasites from the population, and right, and that is how it is when you have big government, because there's an inverse relationship between the private sector and the government. As the government grow, the private sector becomes less, right? Because there's not enough resources to divide between the public and the private. Resources are only created in the private sector. And what government does is redistribute the resources. But if government intentionally retards the growth of the private sector, then you're going to have a problem of too big governments. You're going to have a problem of parasitism. You're going to have a problem of debt. You're going to have a problem of a lack of democracy, because the only way a government can maintain that state of affairs is not letting the people have any voice in the government, or having a little voice in the government, because debt is always offloaded on the people, and people don't like that. Politicians like that because it gets them elected, and they're not paying for it out of their pockets like ordinary people, and they can find ways around paying for it out of their pocket. So debt is like an albatross over the people neck. And the Garcia report was essentially an indictment of the Liberian government, a government that did not respect liberal values, that did not respect capitalism. And that's why they feared Marcus Garvey, and that's why they reneged on the agreement with the UNIA, because Garvey was bringing industry, Garvey was bringing capitalism, Garvey was bringing innovation, competition, businesses, capital formation, capital accumulation, economic freedom, right? And that's always a threat to despots. So his appreciation for capitalism and democracy, as I said, was influenced by his painful experience in Liberia and in America with his businesses. Garvey should be read like Malcolm X, right? You should understand Garvey in stages as his views evolve over time, right? Garvey's views changed over time. On, for instance, Bolshevism. Garvey was supported or gave tacit support to Bolshevism earlier on in the 20s. You can find quotes favorable to Russia and the economic model at that time in Russia. But then again, later on, Garvey turned against Bolshevism and rightly concluded that Bolshevism destroys nations. Right? This was long before 1989 and the fall of the Soviet Union. Garvey's views on democracy changed. If you look at early writings on governance, it will tend to assume the assumptions of authoritarianism. Like, for instance, the governing the ideal state. Like I said, I don't have my Garvey books here, so I didn't have time to go through some of them. But governing the ideal state was a very authoritarian outlook in terms of governance. as time went on, from experience, as I said, Garvey's views changed as it concerns democracy, where he realized that democracy as a way of changing governments, oppressive governments, is the best form of government for Black people. Our best form of government for anybody, because that way it is better for the businessman or the entrepreneur, I should say, to work and thrive in that environment. It's a lot safer. All right, so his views on Fabian socialism and laissez-faire economics change. All right, so we have, for instance, when he was deported, he formed the People's Political Party, right? And that platform was basically a Fabian socialist platform. It had lots of government intervention, lots of assumptions about the work week and child labor and private interests and taking over private interests by the state. That's why a lot of Garveyites who go into politics love that, because politics is about government and what government can do for people. Those kind of Garveyites tend to shy away from his later views on laissez-faire economics and the importance of having the proper economic and social and political environment so that the entrepreneurs can thrive. And thrive meaning creating value. You create value for your customers through running profitable business, right? And the more we have this economically free environment, is the more competition we have, is the easier it is for the laborer to rise to the level of the capitalist, as Garvey said. Yes, we can show that Garvey had criticized capitalism, right? We can also show that Adam Smith criticized capitalism. Milton Friedman criticized capitalism. So showing that Garvey criticized capitalism is not really showing how showing the irrelevance of capitalism, right? Because the question is not whether there are exploitative aspects of capitalism. There are exploitative aspects of any system, right? If we give the government the power to expropriate wealth and redistribute it, why socialists don't think that would be exploited by those with that power? As a matter of fact, during the Cold War, I mean, that economic model was exploited by those with the power, right? To expropriate and redistribute. So with any economic model, you're gonna have exploitation. The question is, how do you guard against exploitation? How do you guard against the concentration of power, which leads to exploitation? And the liberal model is the liberal model. Oh boy. The liberal model addresses the power imbalance and exploitation by allowing people the freedom to choose. Right? The laborer is guarded against exploitation from the capitalist by the amount of capitalists he has to choose from. The capitalist is guarded against exploitation by the worker, by the amount of workers that he or she has to choose from. And the consumer is also guarded against exploitation by the capitalist based on the amount of capitalists that they can choose from. All right. So the liberal answer to exploitation, or the fear of the concentration of power, is not to put even more hands, put more power in the hands of the state, but to allow the state to recede and allow more economic freedom, more competition, more lower barriers to entry, that we can have as Milton Friedman said, the freedom to choose, right? Socialism and liberalism in a nutshell is basically socialist thing. If you give the state lots of power, the state will act like Superman. Right? Superman has lots of power and he uses the power for good. Right? Him save people from burning buildings, him save old people from oncoming traffic, him save, little pitney from dropping out of the tree, etc. Right? Superman has lots of power and he does it for good. Whereas liberalism sees giving lots of power to the state as resulting in not a Superman, but a Highlander. And if people don't know the reference to Highlander, Highlander is a character in a series on Amazon, The Boys, right? Highlander is a reference to Superman. He has lots of powers, but unlike Superman, he is far more human, right? He has hang-ups, he has prejudices, he has biases, he has issues, psychological issues, and this comes out in how he abuses his power, right? So liberalism said, no, when you give the power to the state to determine people's life chances to that extent, it's not going to result in a Superman. It's going to result in a Highlander. And I encourage anybody who didn't watch that series as yet to go and watch it, because apart from the philosophical and existential themes in that series, is a really good series, and it's really good, well made. All right, so I'm going to show how Garvey united the two themes of Black emancipatory thought of the 19th century. The two themes, namely liberalism and Hegelianism, right? And this split famously reflected in the Washington and Du Bois debates in the 19th century. So every student of African history know about that famous debate. Washington favored more the economic model over the political model, whereas Du Bois favored the political model over the economic model. And to locate the assumptions of these two men, you have to look at the social and philosophical models that they were exposed to in the 19th century, namely liberalism and Hegelianism. All right, so liberalism accepted human nature as self-interested, humans as wanting freedom over slavery, voluntary arrangements over coercive ones, right? Liberalism accepted that there were limits to what we can know, which will have implications for how we view the state and the ability of the state to remake society, right? So liberalism accepts that there are universal principles that govern human action, that there are universal economic theorems valid for all humans regardless of race, nation, and time. Right? So this is a more constrained vision of humans, that a more constrained vision of the state and its ability to do what socialists and statists wanted to do. Hegelianism and historicism. All right, so who was Hegel? Hegel was a German philosopher who said basically that ideas is the ultimate reality, and throughout history, ideas are in contention and they developed through the dialectic. You have a thesis, you have an antithesis, and then you have a synthesis, right? And throughout history, all these ideas in contention eventually developed and culminate in what is known as the absolute idea, right? History is always tending towards a climax absolute idea. It's a totalizing vision of society as a collective organism led by a world spirit. And the world spirit is, in this case, is a revolutionary leader or a monarch or a race leader. Okay. Historicism saw no universal principles, only national or racial psychology or personalities. Whatever Adam Smith or Ricardo said about free trade or comparative advantage, that was just British economics, right? British economics is different from German economics, is different from the Austrian school, right? There's no such thing as universal principles. Every nation can go and do what they want in terms of economics. So therefore, Germany at the time adopted Hegelianism and protectionism as their economic model, and dismissed what is known as the Manchester School or the British economics, or so-called free market economics. All right, so all these theories obviously influence the UNIA, Marxism, Black Marxism, negritude, and Afrocentricity. Like the whole idea of a race leader, or as a talented 10, or leaders at the Pan-African conferences, is a reflection of this kind of thought. But what separated Garvey from the rest is that Garvey did not reject capitalism, right? Unlike Afrocentrists and the Pan-Africanists and the Negritudists, Garvey did not reject capitalism. Garvey said that, quote, all intelligent people know that one's nationality has nothing to do with great ideals and principles. All right, so this is a rejection of the German historical school that assumes that nations and races can come up with their own laws of economics, and as opposed to universal principles. So it's not an accident that Afrocentrists and Marxists, they both love Sheikh Anta Diop and W.E.B. Du Bois, right? They were two communists. So another book, yeah, this is a book by Wilson Jeremiah Moses, and it gives you the history of Black thought in the 19th century, liberalism and Hegelianism or collectivism, and how this influenced race leaders at the time. He also shows how a lot of the founding fathers of Liberia were influenced by German ideas, German Hegelian ideas, and that's how that's probably one of the reasons why they had little respect for the market, and more they saw the state more as supreme, right? As leading society to the goal, or to a goal. All right, so what is liberalism? Liberalism is a political philosophy that advocates for individual and property rights, right? Every assumption follows from that recognition of self-ownership. It's about you owning yourself, and individuals have worth in and of themselves. It's like the Ubuntu principle, people are an end in and of themselves, right? And why is property important to liberalism, or property important to freedom and self-determination? Because if I'm not free to own, to exchange, to acquire, or to pass on property, then I'm not considered free, right? My freedom is therefore limited. Liberalism seeks to answer the burning question: what social arrangements advances human flourishing? Yeah? Or when is it okay to use force to achieve your goals, right? So if you have a plan, like a communist 5-year plan, or if you have a plan to lower interest rates and stuff, when is it okay to use force to achieve that? And according to liberalism, the ideal is never all plans or exchanges should be voluntary, right? Liberalism posits a voluntary society where force is used only in retaliation, right? It wants a society based on consent. It sees individuals as having their own goals and desires and aspirations, and only as a way to harmonize, and the only way to harmonize these competing goals is through voluntary exchange, right? So therefore, UNI property, for instance, would not be subject to the democratic majority or the whims of a democratic majority, or or a dictator, for instance. The property of the UNIA belongs to the UNIA, and therefore is subject to the aims and objectives of the UNIA, not the state or the majority, right? That's what's meant by respecting property rights and individual aims and objectives, right? So there is no Diopian plan of state suppression of an industrial bourgeoisie. All right. So in this book, we have a very Soviet style plan for Africa by Sheikh Anta Diop, which again, I don't know why some Afrocentrists seek to deny that Diop was a Marxist when it's so obvious that he was clearly influenced by Marxism, and his ideas or his plan for Pan-Africanism was basically Leninism in disguise. Well, not even disguise. He was very upfront with it, right? So in his conclusion, the economic aims, at the beginning, we would have to adopt a new economic policy adopted by Lenin in 1921 of our own. Repeating this old economic experiment will have to be surrounded by the greatest precautions. At the very least, from the start, companies would have to be jointly owned, operated with the state's share constantly increasing. All right, so this is just like Hegel, this is a totalizing vision of the state, whereas they will tolerate the private sector for a while, but the end game is to supplant the private sector with the state. Right? Is almost the same thing that happened in Liberia under Charles King and those before and even after him, right? That the idea that the private sector is just there for the whims and fancies of the state and it's just tolerated, but the real goal is to supplant the private sector with the state. So there you have it, the Diopian plan for Pan-Africanism. Again, clearly Marxist, which is one of the reasons why Marxists love Diop, because that's who he was. He was a Marxist. All right, so liberalism is deeply suspicious of the concentration of power, right? And Lord Acton's quote, "Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely," is very important here, right? This is at the center of the concern of liberalism. The concentration of power will get abused no matter who is doing it. It favors representative government and equality before the law. Checks and balances to keep power decentralized, local, and not far away. in power centers. So therefore, colonialism would be a negation of liberalism. The Paris CFA Francophone arrangement, that would be a negation of liberalism, because everything is being decided all the way in France for Africans thousands of miles away. The EU is also a negation of liberalism, because things are being decided in Brussels over and above the desires of the people in the different communities of Europe. And therefore, we can see the danger of liberalism in the reaction, the current reaction of Europeans to wars, environmental policies, inflationary policies, agricultural policies, lots of protests against a lot of these policies, which people blame on the EU and the kind of top-down approach to economic management carried out by the EU, and which is a national bureaucracy. Obviously, the AU is the same thing, right? Any centers of power that is away or too far away from the people is viewed as suspicious by liberals. It seeks to prevent a return of mercantilism by keeping government limited and out of the economy as much as possible. All right, so mercantilism, simply defined, is an economic doctrine that states that countries get wealthy by hoarding gold and restricting trade. Okay, when you restrict trade, you basically determine what comes in the country, so, and therefore it's easier to have that imbalance that mercantilists love, where a country is exporting more and importing less. The problem is that when the monarch restricts trade, he or she has to restrict economic freedom, has to raise the barriers to trade within the country. So you find a lot of oppression, a lot of centralization of power, and a lot of illiberal policies that keep the townsfolk out of commerce, more or less, and give the favored monopolies privileges in terms of trade, right? So mercantilism, therefore, is a zero-sum approach to economics. Right? The whole idea of free trade, the whole idea behind the wealth of nations is that free trade and economic freedom is what build nations, not mercantilism and restricting trade, right? The whole idea behind Adam Smith's book was to show that society doesn't have to be a space of conflict by different groups. Yeah, uptown versus downtown, the rich versus poor, old versus young, right? It doesn't have to be like that. Society can be a harmony of interest through the division of labor, through specialization, through value creation, business creation, etc., innovation. These things lead to what is known as economic harmonies, and they actually build wealth for everybody, as opposed to mercantilism that builds wealth only for the monarch and the cronies around the monarch, right? So basically, commerce can more or less direct itself, according to Adam Smith, if government comes out of the economy, leaves the economy alone. If government or the monarch stops restricting trade and commerce through the various regulations and guild systems that shut out newcomers and protect the incumbents, right? And we see that now today with the regulatory state, especially in the United States, where the regulations are so costly that it's basically protecting the incumbents, the big business, at the expense of small upcoming businesses. The whole idea behind raising the rates for the Keynesians was to knock people out of work, to basically make people lose their work. But as soon as the elites lost their work or were threatened with job losses, they jumped in to rescue them. Right? That's a blatant example of neo-mercantilism, or the modern day version of mercantilism, where you have a whole maze of regulations and restrictions to put on trade, ostensibly to protect the consumer, but in reality, it protects the incumbents, right? It protects the incumbents from competition, and it protects the incumbents from losses. It privatizes the losses. It privatizes the gains and socialize the losses, right? That's basically mercantilism in a nutshell. Socialism in a nutshell is that it publicizes, or it socializes the businesses and socialize the losses. There is no profit on the socialism. All right, so yeah, so I think a book by Carol Roth, America's War on Small Business, or The War on Small Business by Carol Roth. I think that's a useful text to understand how the modern day state acts similar to the old mercantilist state that Omawale Africa was, that gave in his very detailed and impressive presentation. People can also consult with Prophet Alfredo Ortiz. His book, Real Race Revolutionaries, again chronicles the struggles of small businesses in an environment hostile to small people, right? And again, he shows how the regulatory framework, far from protecting the consumer, is actually protecting the incumbents. And contrary to popular belief, pulling back the regulations is not good for big business. It's bad for big business because the regulations act as a barrier to entry and as a protection, right? All right. Also, people can consult somebody, a Senegalese businesswoman by the name of Maguette Wade, right? She talks a lot about the regulations in Senegal, the onerous regulations in Senegal, and how, again, just like in the United States, it protects the business community, the incumbent business community, the cronies. It protects them. You know, the red tape, the regulations, and so forth stifle innovation in Senegal. And we can basically say the same thing about Jamaica, Haiti, and almost all third world countries, Latin America, etc., where you have this Byzantine maze of regulations and controls, where the idea of we are taught that this is necessary to protect us, whereas it really hurt innovation, it hurt competition, it suppressed capital formation. It leads to cronyism, rent seeking, and thus gradual impoverishment. Right? Under liberalism, governments are formed to protect life and property, and contracts voluntarily arrived at. Democracy is a way to keep power in check. It's not a way for the 51% to dictate to the 49%, or for the 99% to expropriate the 1%, right? That's not what democracy under liberalism is about. as I said before, Garvey understood that democracy is needed as protection for the businessman against the predatory state or the predatory politician. Certainly, a predatory politician like Charles King was basically a feudal lord. All right, so democracy leads to a smooth transition of power, right? And of course, in Haiti, what's going on now, we can appreciate the value of democratic traditions for the smooth transition of power, to get rid of incumbents who abuse their power, right? How is liberalism reflected in 4 areas of society? We have government, we have the economy, we have religion, and we have immigration, right? So government is by consent, it's limited, so it should be decentralized, lots of checks and balances. The economy should be laissez-faire, less regulations as possible. In terms of banking, we should have an independent central bank or no central bank at all. Those of you who are wondering what it would be like without a central bank, you can look at American economic history before 1913 and how America became a wealthy industrial country without a central bank. Canada also became wealthy and industrial without a central bank, because again, the liberal fear is that the concentration of power is going to be abused, and we can see that today, right? When the concentration of power leads to the distortion of the distortion of prices, right? The government can distort the prices of goods and services, and that leads to dislocation in the economy, and it leads to lots of problems. But the most important price in an economy is the price of money. So when the government distorts that price, it sends dislocation on a much larger scale, an economy-wide scale, right? Which is what we're experiencing now worldwide with inflation, right? So in terms of religion, religious tolerance, obviously, and it should be separate from the state. Immigration, liberalism supports the free movement of people, right? So in a nutshell, free speech, free association, and free trade, right? So religious tolerance, most people can agree that with liberals on that people should basically be free to choose their own God, choose their own place of worship, how they worship, etc., or if they want to worship at all. Immigration, years ago, most people agreed that immigration improved labor productivity, improved understanding between people's, cultural, cross-cultural references, etc., tolerance, etc. But of course, as of recently, immigration, views on immigration have become very illiberal, right? And we see it in the Black community with groups like ADOS, and I even heard what's his name, the Powernomics man. I heard him once talk disparagingly about immigrants and taking away Black Americans. Stuff that belongs to Black Americans. The whole idea that that goods and services belong to certain group just because you happen to born in a certain country, that's a very illiberal view. We see xenophobia, unfortunately, in places like South Africa, the Bahamas, right? Again, it's an illiberal view, and it's becoming more and more of a problem. As the economy becomes more illiberal, then views on immigration will inevitably become illiberal, because illiberal views on the economy is more or less a zero-sum outlook, right? Different tribes have different rights to different resources, yeah, based on just membership of that tribe, right? And once you have that economic outlook, it's bound to lead to anti-immigration sentiments. All right. But number 1 and 2, the idea of laissez-faire capitalism and limited government, that is, most people nowadays have very serious opposing views to these things. They say limited government as heartless austerity. They say capitalism as a system of animal spirits, and the chaos of production of irrational action that should be subjected to the rational control of the state through regulations and controls. All right, so what is capitalism then, right? Is capitalism a system where human rights are sacrificed for efficiency? Is it a system that creates poverty? Which I heard this the other day from a politician in the States, Nina Turner or Nina Simone. Anyway, she said that capitalism creates poverty, right? Apparently there was no poverty before the 1700s in the world. All right, so that's her view. Is it just another word for warfare? This one I heard from Omawale Africa, unfortunately, who thinks that capitalism is just another word for warfare. And again, the whole zero-sum in-group perspective, where resources are to be fought over by different tribes, as opposed to society or the world being a harmony of interests through international trade, division of labor, specialization, innovation, economic liberalism. So what is capitalism? It's basically a system where the means of production are privately owned, right? And we know that means of production are land, labor, capital, right? You own your own land, whether you got the land through a gift, whether you got the land through homesteading, nobody was there before you, or whether you got the land through exchange. It is yours, that's your property. Labor, you own your own labor, all right? The employer can't lock you in a factory, all right? That's called kidnapping. I think that got O.J. Simpson in trouble. All right, so you own your own labor, you can acquire land and capital. Again, you can, under liberalism, you can save your own capital because it's yours, and you can enter business and do what you want with your own capital because it's yours. Capitalism is a system of human institutions in which human actions are coordinated by voluntary exchange within a system of private property and trade, right? That's a quote from David Friedman, and that's how he sums up capitalism. I like this quote because it sums up the whole idea of human actions being coordinated within a system of private property and trade, right? And Friedman likes to talk about what is known as the coordination problem. Basically, is that the world is made up of different people with different abilities and different goals and different desires. And then the problem is, how do you coordinate all these individuals in a system? Or you coordinate all desires in a system? He basically posits two solutions. One is centralized control, right? So somebody or some group decides how it is to be done and just tells everybody what to do. You know, whether it's an Ose Jifa or a Baba Nkrumah or a Baba Maurice Bishop, right, and his comrades, they just decide what's to be done because they know what to do. This option is good for a family, a small firm, a commune, or a sports team, right? This idea of top-down management, because if you realize what all these things have in common, they're very small in scale. But when, because of the scaling problem, this model doesn't work very well. When we get to nations, it could have worked in Grenada better if without the invasion and without the internal party strife in Grenada, because the people are the population in Grenada is small and most people know each other, etc. And you know, consent and trust is easier to maintain within that environment. In a place like Congo, it was bound to go to hell in a handbasket in no time. Right? That had very little to do with outside forces. It had to do with a misguided notion that Lumumba had, that secessionism is intolerable and people don't have the right to determine their own destiny as a group separate from a larger group. Again, liberalism gives groups the option of exit, to opt out of political arrangements. So for instance, Katanga didn't want to be a part of the arrangement anymore, and they wanted to opt out. Lumumba was against that, and it set in motion a whole chain reaction of problems, right? Mobutu thought the same way. He did not want to break up the Congo any more than Lumumba. Right? That's why he just continued. He killed Lumumba, but he continued the war against the rebels and Katanga. Same thing in South Africa. The central planners and the founding fathers of the new nation, they did not want a federated option. They wanted a centralized option because, again, those who are against the liberal idea are against decentralization, against individual freedom and choice and options for exit. They like concentration of power. They like to dictate others. They like top-down management. They like the idea of controlling everybody through the arms of the state. All right, so the second approach to the coordination problem, what is known as a decentralized approach, right? And as you might have guessed, this is the capitalistic approach to the coordination problem. And Professor Friedman likes to use the essay I Pencil by a man named Leonard Reed, which basically tells the story of how a pencil is created. The basic theme of the story is that different aspects, different peoples in different industries are working on their own resources, not knowing that it's going to lead to a pencil, but they're working on their own resources, pursuing their own interests and values that end up going into making a pencil. So the wood, the paint, the steel, the rubber, the gas that go into the chainsaw, etc. All the ingredients that make up all that makes up the pencil was in the end culminated in a pencil based on decentralized approach. All right, so under capitalism, because there's greater specialization and division of labor, there's greater efficiency, and there's greater productivity. More stuff gets created, living standards improve as a result of more stuff getting created. And we can even see a quote from Marx in the Communist Manifesto, talking about the productive capacity of capitalism. About is the quote about the bourgeoisie in a short span of time, scarce 100 years, has produced more stuff, has unleashed greater creative forces than all previous epochs before, right? Of course, what he got wrong, he thought that the rich was going to get richer and the poor was going to get poorer. That didn't happen really. The rich got richer and the poor got richer too, right? This idea that the rich getting richer at the expense of the poor is echoed down the ages to today, right? I remember watching a video with Dr. Ball talking about black capitalists in like Madam J. Walker. She got rich offering products to finding a way to offer products to black people. We can argue about the products that was offered, but the principle is the same. That once you find out what people want and you create that value for them under the capitalist system, you can get rich. But according to Marxists, Madam Walker and black capitalists get rich while the black collective continuously got poorer, right? That's a myth. That is absolutely not true. Most black people in America are not poor. Even the poor in America have access to better and more stuff than the middle class in other countries outside of America, right? So again, this testifies to the potential of capitalism to lift all boats, and it did lift all boats. But myths die hard, especially for Marxists. All right, so the entrepreneur is the main driver of the process, organizes the means of production, satisfies consumer preferences, and the entrepreneur exists in an environment that's dynamic, it's always changing. People's tastes are always changing. Resource availability is always changing. The price system is always changing. Knowledge is always changing and evolving, and it's up to the entrepreneur to organize these things and create value. Some do it properly and they make a profit. Some do it poorly or fail to forecast the consumer preferences, and they make losses. That's why the price system is very important to capitalism, so we know what resources are available. The profits are rewards, losses are punishment. Capitalism is a profit and loss system, so there are no bailouts. This is a quote from Dr. Thomas Woods on the whole notion of creative destruction, right? The entire economy proceeds precisely because sometimes there are failures. The failures mean that resources have been poorly deployed and they need to be redeployed more in line with consumer preferences. That's how we make sure that resources don't get wasted. That's how we make sure that we, to the extent possible, have the most optimal deployment of resources. Anything other than that just makes us poor, right? And
Yo, King, 5 minute call, yeah? All right, let's make it all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's capitalism in a nutshell. All right. And again, it's qualitatively and quantitatively different from all the systems that came before it. And Garvey understood this, unlike his enemies back then and today. All right, so what is socialism? Or why not socialism, right? Why not a system where the distribution of resources based on need and not ability to pay? You know, what could go wrong with a system like that? This is a quote I heard from a brother by the name of Kenyatta Diallo, right? What could go wrong with a system where it's based on a distribution of resources to meet needs and not ability to pay? Well, for one, every race and creed and nation that tried socialism failed. Right? The Pilgrims came to America, they tried socialism and they failed. Argentina tried socialism, Argentina failed. UK tried socialism after World War II, didn't work out. Israel tried socialism, and it didn't work out either. Ghana tried socialism. I mean, if Israel can't make socialism work, that alone should tell you that socialism can't work. All right. So why is it that socialism keeps failing? Is it because of imperialist sabotage? Simple. It suppresses freedom, centralizes power, overestimates the powers of reason and the efficacy of coercion. Right. Socialism is government ownership of the means of production. It is a centralized top-down system. It is dismissive of the individual and their goals and desires. It does not rely on consumer demand to create value or spur economic activity. It relies on, like Diop says, the state bases its decisions on the needs of its own industrial plan. So for Marxists, like Diop, individual desires and tastes don't matter. It's what the state deems affordable. All right, since I don't have time, I just go into group economics. Group economics, sometimes called powernomics or blueprint for Black power, is just the modern day version of mercantilism. The same assumptions of mercantilism is the same assumptions that Black group economics or Black buying power or Black wealth network creators have. Right? They all think that wealth is something that is gained if every group just stick to themselves and circulate the wealth. It doesn't make any sense. And this is where I agree with Jared Ball, where public policy is important here, right? Because individual responsibility can go so far and no more if there are policies, if there's an environment that's hostile to business creation, that's hostile to freedom, that's hostile to liberty, right? Simply circulating the money is not going to create the wealth. So for instance, in Tsarist Russia, where you had what is known as the Pale of Settlement, where he boxed all the Jews into one settlement, no amount of circulating of whatever money in the Pale of Settlement was going to make the Pale of Settlement into a model of prosperity, right? As long as there were oppressive policies that restricted economic freedom in Russia at the time, no amount of individual responsibility was going to negate all of that. And Amos Wilson's ideas, are very important here, because Amos Wilson also got a lot of his ideas from the protectionists of America. He like Trump and Steve Bannon and all of them, thought that America got rich and wealthy through protectionism, right? Again, it goes back to mercantilist assumptions of the zero-sum world and how zero-sum thinking actually creates wealth. All right. In terms of solutions, I have to skip over because I don't have any more time. All right. So in terms of policies today, right, we have to gradually return to the capitalist idea that Garvey pointed to, right? Use Liberia as a model of what not to do. Almost all African countries and Black countries use Liberia as a model of what to do. The Liberian model is a model where the government grows at the expense of industry, whereas Garvey was saying, no, industry has to grow, economic freedom has to grow, for capital accumulation, for wealth creation, for innovation, for more products, for choice. And that is how we build wealth, by limiting the government and growing the industry. All right, so taxes have to be lower, regulations have to be lower, government spending has to be lower, inflation has to be lower. I had some things on the Bretton Woods, but I'll just leave that for the discussion. Yeah, that's it. Let the tomatoes and the knives start throwing out.
Yeah, man. Tomato in the tin. You know what I'm saying? In the tin, you know, tin tomato. Today. All right, give thanks, brother Coffee. You know, very, very interesting presentation there. I know so the people that are going to come in, so I'm going to share the link right here now. So the link is in the chat, kings and queens. Yeah, if you want to come through, I'm going to take chair's privilege and take the opportunity to ask a couple questions. Obviously, obviously, you know, so I have plenty of things for the debate, but we're not going to do that right here now. I want to clarify a few things first, yeah. So first of all, just give your definition of liberalism again. You gave it, but people may have missed it because it was like significantly into the presentation. So just give us the definition of liberalism again, please.
It's a philosophy that advances individual and property rights, right? And everything, as I said, all the other assumptions flow from that premise. Government, how government is conceptualized is based on to what extent it advances freedom. How the economy is conceptualized is based on to what extent it advances freedom, etc.
And how does liberalism define freedom?
Yeah, freedom is the absence of coercion, is the absence of force, the absence of an authority to tell you what you can and cannot do. I got that quote from
the absence of coercion. Yeah. Okay, all right. In the promotion and for today's session, we posited the idea that the philosophy of liberalism develops in the Enlightenment era, particularly the 1800s of Europe. Would you agree with that assertion?
It's not the 1800s, it's the 1700s. Yeah, but I didn't want to bore this audience with.
No, that's fine. I'm just asking if you agree with this assertion.
And all those people. I mean, it's
right. So
probably
go on.
It's a bit inconsequential because the idea of freedom is not European. I mean, the idea of freedom is human. Everybody wants to be free. The whole notion of Maya is about freedom. It's about, like you said, the Ubuntu principle. Ubuntu and Maya have the same principle. People have value in and of themselves. Now, to what extent did the Egyptian state live up to those principles? Questionable. To what extent did America, founding fathers, live up to the principles of liberalism is also questionable. But just the idea of freedom, that is a human thing. Everybody wants freedom. You know, like Black Uhuru said, nobody likes being pushed around. Remember that song, Solidarity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Nobody likes being pushed around.
Okay. There's much I could say to that, but let's get to the next question. And I'm gonna I may have plenty to say, particularly for your Garvey piece, but we'll allow the audience to come in, become and also them for coming in. Give us an example. Is there a present day example of a government and an economy that is running on the principle of liberalism?
The closest, you said Switzerland. Singapore.
Okay. Sorry. Let's clarify. No. Let's clarify what you mean. When you say the closest, are you saying that they're not strictly speaking liberal?
Because
they're close. Okay.
There's no pure free market country. There's no pure communist. Probably North Korea. Probably.
Is a pure communist country? Okay, but let's leave communism for a second because that's not the subject, right? We're talking about liberalism, yeah. So you're saying that there is none, but the closest are give the names again.
There's no pure liberal economy. There's no pure capitalist economy. But the best judge of how liberal you are is the Economic Freedom Index, and you have a list of countries. The top 5, top 10, I would say.
The Economic Freedom Index. So that includes countries like Switzerland, Singapore. What else is there? Is Norway on there?
Norway sometimes makes the list.
Yeah.
Scandinavia, yeah.
Right, then place there. Okay. That's an interesting choice of countries. I'm sure that's going to be very interesting for many of our viewers. I'm going to come back to that in a second.
Africa, it would be Botswana. I mean, that's the famous one. That's the famous one. Every black capitalist pointing.
Indeed. Botswana. Yeah. All right. Okay. And then, we don't have a living example. Has it ever existed in the past? Yeah. Has there ever been a state, an economy in the past? Yeah. That has run a liberal economy according to the true principles of liberalism.
In the past, meaning give me a
in history. So we're talking about yes, yeah.
Well, again, it's the same question you're asking differently.
No, I asked for present day one. I'm saying, was there a time in the past where you can say, well, this your country did run under the real thing?
Okay, so there's no country don't run under the real thing.
The real thing.
You have countries relative to other countries at the time. So Holland and UK, you must say the 1700s, relative to other European countries did have that. America
and the UK.
Okay. Holland, UK, America, relative to other countries.
In the 1700s. Is that America under Britain or after the revolution? Or the counter-revolution, depending on how you see it. Which one? After. So between 1776 and 1800, they did go out with things. Okay. Last question before I let people in. Based upon your assessment, yeah, there's not a true liberal economy existing, and the liberal economy,
there's no
pure liberal. Yeah. So it's not. All right. Sorry. Give me. I'm gonna ask an obscure question. Yeah. It's not scientific, but if you was to take one of the countries in the top 5 of the economic freedom index and say which is the closest, which one would you say is the closest?
Number 1. I don't have the list in front of me, but I mean the number 1, and it's big.
And your ratio of close is what, 70%, 80%?
No, the indices or the measurements are based on respect for property rights, legal systems, a whole legal system protect individual property rights, sound money, meaning not high inflation.
So right now, sorry, King. Just to say, right now, Singapore is number 1. Yeah. Switzerland is number 2. Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, is number 3. Taiwan 4, New Zealand 5, Estonia, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden. Okay, so that's the top 10. Yeah.
Right.
So, but I'm saying based upon your understanding of liberalism, yeah. Let's take Singapore.
Yes.
By a percentage point, how close would you say they are to the actual thing?
You ask me some scientific method.
I know I'm not able to be scientific. It's a roundabout.
Because I mean, life is not as precise as that. You know,
I'm not asking to be precise, bro.
I'm not Federman Chairman Powell.
No.
Inflation versus unemployment.
No, King. I'm not asking you to be exact or precise. I don't think anybody would fault you for not being precise with the question. I'm asking you to give a roundabout idea. Yeah, it's an approximation I'm asking for. Yeah. So it's not. I accept it's not scientific. I'm asking you for an approximation.
I don't know, 70, 80, 90%.
All right, cool. All right. Okay. So based upon your assessment, then, yeah. All right. Based upon what you just said, yeah. This is the first probing question I'm going to ask. All right. Because when do I have it at the present in its pure form, yeah, we've never had it in the past, yeah, except for relative to others. So, and I will say that relative to others in the 1700s is a pretty low bar, yeah. When you consider the economics of the world at that time, right, it's a pretty low bar. So, would it be fair to say then that liberalism has failed?
Liberalism has failed. I would agree. As I said before, I don't have any illusions of the inevitable triumph of socialism. It has failed. I mean, socialism appeals to human emotions, right? And as the famous saying goes, if you don't have if you're not a socialist by 20, you don't have a heart. If you're still a socialist by 30, you don't have a brain. Right? So socialism is always going to appeal to emotions, and especially when politicians reduce most people to poverty and deprivation. They become desperate. When they become desperate, they go after demagogues. I mean, so I mean, right now, where the world going now, it's ripe for another Hitler or Mussolini or Stalin or Franklin Delano Roosevelt or another Michael Manley.
Or Ronald Reagan.
No, definitely not. No. Ronald Reagan couldn't even win a Republican nomination today. That's why I said, look, socialism is here. A couple of years ago, look how easy it was for the government to seize the means of production. And lots of people supported it, even some Garveyites that you think
a lot of Reaganites supported Donald Trump, including yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
I supported Donald. I've never supported Donald Trump. I don't support politics.
I'm sure. I support
Trump. Only politician I support is Garvey.
Don't try that one day. No, don't try curry favor the thing. Listen, and if I'm not mistaken, I've seen or heard you say advocating for Trump in 2024. Not even in the history and the future thing we are dealing with. So after you don't see the protectionist policies, them and all of the trade war with China and all them thing there, very illiberal. Am I mistaken in thinking that you support Trump for 2024?
Look, it depends on who is running against him. It always boils down to who have the edge in terms of the trade-offs, because Hillary in 2016, I mean, even Democrats were turned off by her, you know what I mean? But if the Democrats get somebody, well, I don't know.
All right, point taken. Anyway, I'm take off my chair hat right here now and open the floor.
That's all the question. Yeah, well, I think say cutlass is sharp.
No. Hold on there. I'm just asking questions for the clarity of the audience right here now. So we'll get into debate later on. I do want to be charitable to my brothers and sisters who have come through as well. So we've got Brother Delani, Comrade Mello, and I forgot to give you a proper title when you came in. I should have been referring to you as Comrade Coffee. You know what I'm saying, for the duration of the for the duration of the thing. So yeah, Comrade Mello and Scattered Minds and Oni are in the building. Yeah. So I'm gonna go in order of appearance, right? So feel free, Brother Delani, to come through. Now, brothers and sisters, you are allowed to ask questions, you are allowed to make comments, yeah. But the only rule is be respectful, okay? And once you're done, don't keep talking all the while like Coffee do when in the panel, yeah. Just respect the thing. And if I ask you to stop and move on, let's move on. Yeah, you will get an opportunity to come back at some point also. Okay, right, Brother Delani.
Greetings.
Yes,
I want to greet everyone, you know, appropriately. Brother Shakara.
Yes.
Oh man, tremendous. I want to speak to you one away because my brother, you need your flowers now. You know what I'm saying? Because I see you, me respect for your tall. I just love you're putting in the works, man. Somebody got to do it, and I think you're chosen, bro, for this time. We need you.
Likewise.
I want to greet you in the honorable spirit of our great and mighty African ancestors. A greeting to you, Brother Kofi, and to the audience that's listening. I missed the first part of this, but I caught you around the Hegelian part. So from around the Hegelian part, a little bit before that, but Hegelian is when you got my attention and I start to really pay attention to the, by the way, I'd say a decent presentation, you know, a lot of a lot of oversimplification and a lot of generalization. But one thing I noticed with you, you didn't go to no extreme. You tried to keep the thing, you know, like a, I think the word liberal probably really applied to how you come across. You know? I wonder, the word that's coming to my mind is like wishy-washy. You know what I mean? No disrespect. You know, it don't come across in a solid scientific way. You don't see it. Like, one thing with Marxism, they don't pretend. They tell you this is scientific Marxism, scientific socialism, according to the economic development of humanity, the division of labor, the division of society, one stage lead to another stage. You can only delay the stage from birthing a new stage. Yeah. There's nothing that Kofi can do to stop it, or I can do to stop it. But the natural progression of man will be to equalize the society, to make everybody get fairness and justice. That is just the natural progression of humanity. And unfortunately,
in the way of that progression, they can just be liquidated because look, society is tending towards that.
Yes. I mean, that is the nature of human society. I mean, if you look at it scientifically, if you study back, because I don't want to take too much of this time for myself, but if you look back into Hegelian's philosophy, which is he maintained that idea was primary over material. But his dialectical idealism, the dialectical part was correct. But when Engels came along, Engels turned it right side up and says matter is primary to ideas, in that you can't get an idea without matter. You can't get nothing without a physical reality to produce it. The ideas don't just come out of nowhere. You need a body for ideas to be created. And then the whole idea of the dialectical process is still the same. So that is the correction of Hegelian philosophy. It was corrected with Engels' philosophy.
Are you a Hegelian or a Marxist?
No, I'm an analyst. I just observe these things. And then Marx came along and adopted the Hegelian philosophy into Marxism.
Do you believe in the teleological approach, in that society is tending towards a climax, no matter what individuals do?
I think that's the natural progression. Personally, I think that is how we would develop. Now, whether it would develop now, later, or whenever, I think there is a natural progression towards more justice, more fairness.
Individual decisions don't matter. I mean, if you
all
look
of that matters. No. All of that matters. Individual, governmental, business, all these issues have to be dealt with. Now, you went into so that's dealing with the part about Hegelian. You brought that into the discussion.
Hold on. If society is tending towards a goal, no matter what individuals say or do, then individual decisions don't matter.
I don't agree with that premise.
I have to say though, we should quote our illustrious former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and state clearly that there is no such thing as society. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with the premise. I don't agree with that premise.
Of course, it's a silly premise, but yeah, go ahead.
No, the premise that he made. No.
What you are saying really is that society is made up of individuals who have different goals and desires.
Can I ask a question? So not to cut you, Delani.
Yeah.
Would you consider Thatcher a good example of the liberal philosophy in action? No, I'm asking you, Kofi.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, what is it? A good one?
Yeah, it's where is
Thatcher? Fair one. A wishy-washy one.
A fair one.
Wishy-washy.
Okay, give me a roundabout percentage on her again. Then is she Singapore 70-80? She got down. She not reach there, sir. She not reach Singapore level. 51. She's half a liberal. Half a liberal is no liberal at all. You know what you do?
Well, it's better than Michael Manley or Sam.
Yeah, joke on the thing, Rasta.
Better than Michael Manley, but not as good as Siaga. That's what I say.
Well, Siaga has issues with Siaga, but he had the better ideas, whether or not they were put into practice. But
all right.
You're throwing me off.
Sorry, brother Delani. Got you.
All right, because guess what? Me don't want accused of taking up the whole of the time.
No, I will come back to you now, Delani. I'm just making you finish. Yeah.
Yeah. Me don't want really because there's a lot of points and there's a lot of things you cover.
There's a whole heap. But that's why we're here, yeah.
I think sharper than this, man. I think.
No, as a good student, me take notes, star.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think the machete them was going to fly.
No, man, we don't do that, man. We don't do that. At a point in time, Master, we don't.
There's no rush, when the night is young, that young.
Weeks to prepare, man.
That young. All right, listen, brother Delani, I'm gonna come back to you, yeah.
All right. They're not young.
Comrade Miller, got you.
But Delani.
Yeah, man. Bless up, man. Bless up, Shakara. Bless up, Kofi, for the presentation. So, yeah, I just really want to hear more about the liberalism. So, in terms of African liberation and like some successes, because that's really what I was hoping, because you said this is what you're selling me is the way to go forward. So, I want to hear how and when we practicing this liberalism, what we achieve, what happened.
Good question. So he's asking for historical examples of us practicing liberalism in the African Liberation movement and what we achieve with it.
In the African Liberation movement, well, the example is Marcus Garvey. You know what I mean? But the problem is not liberalism in the African Liberation movement. There's always the goal of liberation, but the problem is it has to do with politicians and the state. They always thwarting our efforts. That's what happened in Liberia. That's what happened in the post-emancipation era, where government was seen as a source of enrichment and social engineering, and not as a source or a facilitator of freedom and innovation and productivity and value creation and capitalism and stuff. All of them. From Osei Nkrumah to Norman Manley to Lyndon Pinlin to Nkrumah, to Kenyatta, all of them.
Kofi, give us your.
This book, Africa Unchained,
by George Ayete. Yep.
Yeah, it gives you a good history of Africa and the problems with African leaders and the policies that they enacted. And the reason why Africa is so fractured and war torn and in debt. Same reasons for Jamaica. Bad policies and bad people.
I'm tempted to go in here, but comrade, are you finished your?
No, man. I was just going to say, like, do you have any further example of? I don't agree with what you said, but like, do you have any further example outside of Garvey of us, success and things like that with liberalism? And then my next question would be that I hear you talking about liberalism and basically the framework you give, you say economically we should organize ourselves laissez-faire, right? So I just want to know, do you agree with that we should practice basically laissez-faire capitalism is how I interpret it at least. So do you agree with that? And don't forget the first part of the question too.
All right, so the first part of the question would be the same thing about economic freedom, the nations, right? You're going to aggregate the black nations and say which one is more economically free. Which one?
No, he's asking for other examples within the movement. So it doesn't have to be a nation. It could be a movement. Yeah, it could be an organization operating on the principles of liberalism as you understand it. Other than Garvey.
Right.
So it can be a nation, but it don't have to be.
Unfortunately, because the anti-Garvey forces conspire to destroy Garvey and put in place statist and socialist policies or thinking, there was no liberation movement that was based on the principles of liberalism. They were all based on socialism or statism of some form. You have, for instance, you have Angola, right? The MPLA government, that's socialist. UNITA, they were also socialists. I mean, look at the flag, right? The socialism or some foolishness like that, right? All of them were socialists.
Do you believe that if someone calls themselves a socialist, that they necessarily are?
Is not just calling himself a socialist, but his ideas about state formation, his ideas concerning the market. You know,
no, I'm talking in relation to UNITA, because so for example, if somebody, because there are many parties that call themselves liberal democrat, so on and so forth, the language of liberalism is rife within Western political discourse, but you're saying that none of them have actually achieved it, right? So
if you call yourself a liberal today and you don't adhere to the ideas that I just outlined, then you're not really a liberal, you're a neoliberal. Like I said before, Professor
What's the difference?
The neoliberals like Professor Glenn Lowry, and Professor Glenn Lowry calls himself a neoliberal. That's why I call him a neoliberal.
As does Milton Friedman.
Well, he was a little bit different. But liberalism sees...
he's the godfather of the thing, right? Milton Friedman is the central point for the gravitational point of neoliberalism.
Yeah. He sees more of a role for the state than old liberalism. Neoliberalism, we knew liberalism.
Yeah. So who sees more of a role for the state?
Neoliberals.
Right. Including Friedman? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because the essay what that Friedman wrote about neoliberalism, that's it was a departure from the old laissez-faire conception, but a greater role for the state in terms of safety nets, etc. Even Hayek sometimes back and forth offered more of a role for the state. So neoliberalism, really, the difference is that one sees more of an activist role for the state, but not all the way to the point where Keynesians and present-day neoliberals like Glenn Lowry would want.
I have a question on that liberalism, liberal label.
Sorry, Dylan, I'm going to come back to that, but let's just get Comrade Mellor's second question in, which is if you agree with free market, laissez-faire capitalism.
Oh, yeah, that's the ideal. But
sorry, first, before you answer the question, can you just define laissez-faire capitalism again, just for the audience sake?
It just means little or no government intervention in the economy.
Yeah, simple. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the ideal. That's the ideal that Garvey pointed. But as I said before, the economy and society has been evolving to the other extreme for years. That to completely wipe away the state will be impractical. It will be worse than what we have now, because we have become so dependent on it. That's why market reform is always necessary. It's painful, right? But it's necessary if you want to achieve that prosperity and productivity that we all desire, right? But in terms of the ideal, yes, that's the ideal. How best we achieve it now, especially given the prevalence of statist ideas in the world and in the society, I have no idea. I don't know.
So these are interesting answers. I'm going to give you one more shot, comrade, for this round, Comrade Mellor, and then I'm going to...
No, they match them dull today.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you know, you're hearing that Kofi wants all the smoke here, saying one the cut last them, and one the them. You know what I'm saying? So we have to bring them soon. Comrade Mellor, you done?
Yeah, pretty much. Well,
all right.
We'll give you more question later, but like, you know,
feel free to stay on the panel, my brother. Feel free to stay on the panel. Give thanks for your questions. Good questions. Scattered minds. Come true, my brother Tahaka. We are there.
Big up Shaka, big up everybody on the panel, blessings and everything. And shout out to Kofi as well. Good for coming through as well. And interesting presentation as well. Even if a bit long in areas, but yeah, definitely interesting and an interesting sort of perspective on Garvey as a liberal. It's a new one still. And I guess I came on and I got a few things, but I think first thing I should say is from the presentation, it seems like the forgotten path to Black liberation is a good question. And I think well, I guess there needs to be more of that, I guess, in so the presentation. And I'd like to hear a bit more of your relation to how this will help Black people do better, and what practical ways, I guess, it could be implemented. That's interest, I suppose. But onto like liberalism, because liberalism itself, obviously, is a broad church. Obviously, like you were just discussing, the neoliberals, who seem to be, especially nowadays, the neoliberals seem to be a lot more advocating for smaller state than bit larger state. But you have the neoliberals, you have the classical liberals, and you have the social liberals, right? And obviously, you spoke about a little bit about the Great Depression, obviously post-World War II economics and all of that sort of stuff. There was a shift from classical liberalism at that time to social liberalism, as you say. So liberalism itself seemed to have failed, like you, and this has already been covered. You've accepted this failed, and because it failed, it had to be bailed out by social liberalism, where people start intervening within the markets. And then neoliberalism came back as a sort of a resurgence of that old classical liberalism, but for the modern era, arguing against that sort of those interventions, I suppose. But yeah, I guess
sorry. Just to substantiate your point a little piece more, scattered minds, if I may. The period of time that you're talking about there relates to the rise of the governments of Thatcher and Reagan in the late 70s, early 80s. Yeah, so it's after the war period. There was a lot of this social kind of vibration going on.
Yes,
and then there were some economic challenges in the 70s that basically led to the rise of these neoliberal, these neoliberal governments in the 1980s. Yeah.
And if you got Siego with that. He said,
100%, yeah.
And then Bridget Siego,
and things get very interesting on the international scene at that during that period as well. But that's another subject for another time.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Tahaka. Go ahead.
But yeah, I guess so. I mean, and then I guess the question I had was kind of almost related to what you said, Shaka, already. I don't want to repeat as well, but the point was that there are no functioning or no great examples of liberalism as Brother Kofi sees, and obviously, we're still yet to have a specification of whether Kofi is a neoliberal, social liberal, or a classical liberal, or a combination of all three for Black people in order to work. It sounds like you're edging more towards the classical or the neoliberal side, one or the other. So yeah, the first question, I guess the question is, if there's no example of a liberal society as work, isn't liberalism and liberal ideas as useless to Black people and progression as you're saying socialism is, given that there's no example of it ever working anywhere? So that's the first question, I guess.
It's a fair question. Go ahead, Kofi.
All right. So that mashed a little bit sharper. All right. First, I'm not arguing that Garvey was a liberal. I'm just arguing that he appreciated liberalism more than his contemporaries. As I said before, he united the two 19th century philosophies, Hegelianism and liberalism, right? Or he tried to unite it, because his idea of a race leader and Pan-Africanism is obviously about a collective effort under the aegis of a
Just
state.
to clarify what you just said, did you say that just now that Marcus Garvey, you're not saying that Marcus Garvey was a liberal?
No, you're right. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that he was a liberal. I'm just saying that he appreciated liberal values more, right? Because Marcus Garvey wasn't an economist, so you're not gonna get the kind of consistency, philosophical consistency that you would get with liberal economists, whether Ludwig von Mises or Frederick Bastiat, right? Marcus Garvey was concerned about the end goals, which is African freedom. So he tried different means. That's why he was attracted to different ideologies, because he thought that they would lead to African liberation. And because a lot of those ideas were in vogue at the time, and they're still in vogue, but they were in vogue during the Harlem Renaissance and influences of Hubert Harris and others, right? So he was a mixture of the ideas, but as time went on, you can see a definite move away from those ideas to a more consolidated view.
No, I hear you. Shall I tell you what? I'm gonna come back to you on Marcus Garvey, and that might be the next round of questions still. But
we're ready for that. You know, that's the part that gets sharp again.
Yeah, trust me, that's where it gets sharp. I'm trying to save it. I'm trying to do it in rounds.
All right. Second point. I'm not arguing that liberalism failed because of market failure. I'm arguing that liberalism failed because powerful people wanted it to fail. It failed because of the concentration of power, right? So the Great Depression, I'm not arguing that the Great Depression is an example of the failure of capitalism or liberalism, right? I'm arguing that it is the failure of government intervention, taking advantage of the market crash to intervene in the economy to such an extent that was never done before in American history. And that started the ball rolling in the 1930s to what we have today, which is high debt, a very leveled up society, which it can go anywhere, right? And I think it's
isn't that like a principle of capitalism? And as I feel like sort of this free credit and this ability to sort of to accumulate debt, and for debtors to do that, and to have a government not really regulate or get involved, basically, isn't that like a key principle of free market capitalism?
No, because a central bank is a government monopoly, government entity that artificially sets the price of money, right? Liberalism sees money as another commodity that should be set by the market, so forces of demand and supply, right? Not to be fiddled with by government bureaucrats, right? Or even any central bureaucrat that get the power through monopoly privileges, right?
What,
so when
what central financial institution led to the Great Depression?
What?
And forgive me if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying here, but it sounds like what you're saying is that it was central financial planning that led to the Great Depression.
Yeah, like I said,
which central institutions were those?
The government, United States government.
Under control of what financial institutions, though?
They weren't. I don't know how you frame that question. What do you mean by under the control?
So you're saying that the government?
I'm arguing that panics weren't anything new in American economic history. You always had panics and recessions. What was new was the level of intervention, starting with Herbert Hoover and continued with FDR. And it's that level of intervention that went away, that was a negation of liberalism before, that said, let the market then adjust the prices. So instead of letting the market adjust the prices, they artificially try to prop up prices of agricultural products, prices of labor, stock prices.
Yeah,
just like
social liberal ideas, kind of like that Keynesian economics, the idea
right.
of provide forcefully sort of propping up the economy. Yes, for sure.
Yeah,
that sort of thing. But it's that all is firmly within the camp of liberalism still. So Milton Keynes was a liberal, right? When you talked about Manchester economics and all of that, these guys are liberals. I mean, I know in America, the term liberalism
and they're capitalists as well. That's the point.
1,000%, and they're capitalists.
Yeah, Keynesianism is not a different thing from capitalism. It's just
economic liberalism stresses production, right? It's production or supply of goods. And that's what leads to the demand. Whereas Keynes turned that on its head. That's like how Marx turns Hegel on the head. Keynes turned Jean Baptiste Say.
But Keynes didn't turn it on his head for the purpose of communism, is the point we're saying. Keynes turned it on his head because at least the argument made, like you said at the time, for social liberals around that time, was that this was the way to save capitalism. That the markets had failed, and so they had to save and intervene. So what we're talking about, what we're dealing with right now, is a debate between capitalists, right? This isn't the Pan-Africanists haven't even got into the question yet. That's why I said we'll bring Garvey in a second, right?
Right now we're colonized. At this point in time, we're colonized. Yeah,
these are white men arguing with each other, right?
Yes.
And even so, and it's quite interesting because even when you said like an example of a liberal economic works, and you talked about Holland and Britain in the 1700s. You know what I mean? It's like the peak colonized period, basically.
No, I'm saying relative to what was before.
And would I be correct in saying that countries like Scandinavia, Switzerland, and so on and so forth would often be described as social democracies?
100%. Even Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore, right?
Singapore, command economy, right?
This is what Bernie Sanders and them look to when they're identifying their political trajectory. Yeah, Bernie Sanders. What's our guy over here? What's name?
Jeremy.
Yeah. Jeremy Corbyn. Yeah, I that them fun. Yeah.
100%.
So it sounds like you're a social democrat, Kofi. What you say?
All right. So first, this idea that you're saving capitalism by bailing out people and propping up prices. You don't save capitalism by destroying capitalism. Capitalism depends on prices. It's a profit and loss system. These are signals to show what lines of production are profitable, what lines of production build value, build wealth, and what lines of production don't build value but destroy wealth. So when you intervene in the economy, ostensibly to save the economy, and that's what George Bush said. You know, we intervene so we save capitalism from itself, but that's just destroying capitalism because you're destroying the most important price in the economy. That's the price of money. All right. So you can't save somebody by killing them or stabbing them up. I mean, that's not healing them.
Unless, of course, you're performing surgery. Nothing. No, it's a joke. Go ahead.
True. Scandinavian countries are not socialist, right? The means of production are privately owned, and they have lots of economic freedom. They have lots of private businesses, and the profit motive is there, etc. And some of the Scandinavian countries even have privatized education and social security, right? What the Scandinavian countries have is a big welfare state, right? And the welfare state is a result. Yes, it's a product of social democracy, right? But all developed countries have a welfare state. We wouldn't argue that all of them are socialists. Only France.
I'd agree with you.
Except France is the only communist country according to Henry Kissinger. Right? Because the government is so big and determines so much in the economy that it's a communist. And that's why they have this francophone arrangement, because communism and socialism is all about top-down. It's all about central plan. They want to centrally plan West Africa all the way.
Are you seriously positing that France is a socialist country at the moment? Are you being serious? Huh? Are you being serious are you seriously positing that France is a socialist country and their relationship with Africa is based upon its socialism?
I'm positing that all the developed countries are well on the way to socialism. Some are far ahead than others. France, far ahead.
The issue that I have with what you're saying.
Greece, far ahead. Italy, Portugal, Spain, these are all quasi-socialist countries. They're almost there.
The issue that I have with what you're saying is that we've had conversations before, and you have defined Michael Manley, for example, firmly as a socialist and challenged the idea that he was not a socialist, but actually a social democrat. So now you're saying that social democracy is not, in fact, socialism.
No, social democracy is the third way between capitalism and Marxism.
So therefore, it's not socialism.
No, it's tending towards socialism because it sees a greater role for the state. And the state is like a snowball. Once you go down that road, you're going towards socialism, and that's where
you just identify countries with those economies as the nearest to the liberal tradition.
Yep.
That's what you've done. The ones that you start are at the top of the economic freedom index, right? Singapore, Switzerland, so on and so forth. These are all top ranking social democracies, as far as the political and economic system. So on the one hand, now you're saying that they're tending towards socialism. On the other, you're saying that they're the closest to the liberal idea.
What I'm saying is the same thing I'm saying about America, Holland, and UK in the 1700s. You see, I'm not talking in absolutes. I'm saying relative to what exists at the time and now.
And so relative to what exists at the time.
Because the world is so messed up in terms of bad ideas that the only economically free countries are the ones that have lots of government intervention. But the ones further down the list are even worse.
No, but the point is,
Jamaica is worse. Liberia is worse.
But you're making the point. You're making the point. The point is that wherever the relative state of the world is at the moment, the ones that you are identifying as the closest to liberalism are, by your own admission, those most inclined to socialist policies.
those are tending towards.
Social policies. Yeah, they're tending towards socialism, but at the same time, they're the closest to the liberal ideal.
Because
what you're saying is diametrically opposed to the socialist one.
No, because even countries that move towards socialism, again, I don't have a Hegelian or Marxist view of the inevitability. Human action and decisions affect change. So, for instance, Sweden was really moving towards socialism even more than it is today. But because the economy crashed, they enacted market reform to halt the pull to socialism. I'm not saying it's inevitable, right? I'm just saying that based on evidence that I see now, that socialism is going to take over.
I'm not making an argument based upon inevitability. Anyway, let me stop because I don't want to get in. I want to bring in, because there's another brother here or sister. I believe it's a brother. Oni, you with us?
Yeah, man.
Bless.
So appreciation for the platform. Shout out to Shaka, Ra, of course. You know, good people. You know that. Kofi, that was a great presentation. I want to get back onto the subject of Black liberation. I guess you were cut short from the presentation when you were saying something about Amos Wilson. I wouldn't mind if you could have elaborate on your point. Like you were saying, was your point that he wasn't like his economic plan wasn't viable, or was your point that his economic plan was viable?
My point was that his economic plan was not viable. Like I said, my Amos Wilson book is not here, so I didn't have time to research and got more in depth. So I'm just going off memory based on what the models that he posited as economic success, and based on his idea of what builds wealth, etc. That I'm arguing that these are just same Trumpian, Steve Bannon, neoliberal, neoliberal, meaning a greater role for the state, mercantilist ideas, right? Industrial policy, protectionism, import substitution, state-led development. These aren't liberal ideas that he was offering. He's a brilliant psychologist, but he sucked as an economist.
Wait, so can you just elaborate what was the issue? What was the issue? What was the flaw? Yeah, and I think I'll follow up with that.
Yeah, the flaw with protectionism is that you only protect favor. Government ends up protecting big business, cronies, and family members, right? If you give the power that much, if you give the government that much power in the economy, it's going to lead to cronyism and corruption. It's going to lead to rent seeking. It's going to lead to the restriction of innovation, restriction of competition, restriction of markets and the scope of markets, because government have interests separate and apart from individual interests in the society. Government have their own interests. They have their own interest groups to cater to, right? And these interest groups that they cater to, these interest groups that they give protection to, they give subsidies to, is not always the best at creating value. They may be the best at...
Identify the interest group, please.
Where in Jamaica?
No, anywhere what are the interest groups that governments are beholden to?
All right, the lobbying groups like the manufacturers, unions, environmentalists, the EV manufacturers. If government is going to subsidize...
Did you say the lobbyist unions?
Isn't this all laissez-faire? Like, this is all about free market, lobbying groups, the biggest lobbying groups that you haven't mentioned, for example, are big, like in the UK, for example, the CBI, the big corporate business groups with business interests, and this is all about free market lobbying, like free market activity. And as you say, liberalism. Liberalism plays towards the individual, right? And the individual is self-interested. It's all about social Darwinism, survival of the fittest, and all of that sort of thing. So this kind of thing is only natural within liberalism, that groups are going to come together and look about their own self-interest to control, to lobby, and to dominate government. That's actually part of the liberal system, no?
Liberal philosophy.
Right. But if you notice, the liberal conception of government is little or no regulations in the economy, because the more regulations you have, is the more groups are going to try to lobby to turn them in their favor. But if the government doesn't have anything to offer you as a business person, any protection as a business person, because it's devoted to the principles of laissez-faire, then lobbying makes no sense. It just wastes money, and you could use the money better by trying to create value. In a place like country X, I don't want to get in trouble. Country X, where so-called capitalists, instead of focusing on creating value, they spend the money on lobbying and financial election campaigning and so forth. Because when they fund the politician comes into office and protects them from cheaper imports or cheaper domestic capitalists.
All right, Oni, go ahead. I don't think you're finished.
Yeah, let me just follow up with this last one. So let me ask you this: you say the forgotten path to Black liberation. So liberation in what country, what area of the world, and is there a population that you feel cannot achieve liberation, even with liberalism or without liberalism? Like, are there populations that like liberalism can't happen for instance, or even is there populations that liberation cannot happen for? And where would you recommend this liberalism concept?
Well, I recommend liberalism for every nation, including every Black nation, because we want the best value creator to always win. We want more competition, we want more trade, we want more innovation, we want more stuff. Like Carlos Cook says, we want to eat more and better food, live in more and better house, wear more and better clothes. What Carlos Cook was talking about was production, right? So, and you can only get that if you have a liberal economy where government regulation is light or non-existent, that can allow the best value creator, that can allow the best capitalists in Arnett Gardens or in South Central Los Angeles to come up and compete with BlackRock or Vanguard or Silicon Valley Bank. But you can't have that if the government is going to raise the barriers to entry and bail out the big guys, right? That's not liberalism, that's illiberalism.
All right. So here's part of the issue that we're having here, yeah. But we're having a very theoretical conversation. And the issue with that is systems and ideologies have their definitions, but oftentimes when we're judging them, we look at them in terms of how they act in the real world, yeah. At the same time, when it comes to liberals, neoliberals, and capitalists, ultra-capitalists of all descriptions, they tend to define political economy according to ideals that don't match up with reality. Yeah. So we've already identified the fact that this system, these systems, and these ideas have never been implemented in any kind of significant way anywhere in the world at any point in history. Yeah. Yet we're advocating for them as the best, most viable options, and the nation states that most advocate for them are not examples of having succeeded with these policies. Yeah.
No, right? they did.
When?
They did. And
when?
That's the only way. That's the only reason why we have this dramatic drop in poverty and living.
When? Sorry. When?
Before the Cold War, with the rise of capitalism, and after China and India adopted liberal policies, you see the drop in poverty, drop in absolute poverty, the rise in living standards. We are living now better than our ancestors 100.
But that's not necessarily evidence of a drop in poverty, though, my brother. The rise. So, for example, a rise in the quality of life can be attributed to, for example, better knowledge of the body and diseases and healthcare. Right. It doesn't mean that people are any less poor. It just means that scientists have figured out more ways to fight diseases. Yeah. you can have a technological advancements, in a society that means that people are not facing some of the problems that they were facing 100 years ago. It doesn't mean, and you spoke about relative, right? Relative to the rest of the nation, that they're any less poor. For example, there is a statistic that says that Africans in America own the same amount of wealth in America as they did 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, and I think that the statistic is like 1/2 of 1% or something.
I heard
that's correct.
Right? With that statistic. Look.
Hold on. But that's a measurement of wealth and poverty. Yes. So I'm saying that if you can,
one way of chopping up or spinning the data. Look, of course, if you're going measuring where everybody going, of course you're going to say, well, the gap is the same in aggregate.
The gap is wider.
Hold on. Of course you're gonna say the gap is the same. But if you slice up the data by disaggregating certain variables. So for instance, Black married couples, Black educated, college educated couples in America, you find the gap considerably narrow. Black skilled, not just educated, but skilled Black persons in America. In other words, they have the skills that the market wants more. Those Black persons, we find the gap shrinks.
But that's not. But we're talking about a group of people.
You can twist around data.
But that would be twisting it, because to say that there are some rich Black people, because that's what you're doing. If you disaggregate, then you're able to say, well, there are some rich Black people. Yeah,
of course, there's some rich white people.
But hold on. But if we're saying, but the statement was made.
I'm not talking just rich. I'm talking middle class.
Because if you're talking about skewing the data, the fact that there may be some Black people who are richer than Black people was, doesn't that can skew the data in terms of the wealth of Black people as a group. If we're saying that the Black community as a group of people owns the same amount of wealth, has custodianship of the same amount of wealth as it did when we were enslaved, yes, and Jim Crow and so on and so forth, that's a different, that is a metric that needs to be taken into consideration. And you can't skew the data by talking about Oprah Winfrey and Jay-Z and LeBron James.
Offer Jared Ball the option to live on the standard of living in antebellum South, in the 19th century, or offer him the living standards that he enjoys today.
The goalposts keep moving.
But there were Africans. But there were Africans in the antebellum South that would have had a relative living standard to what Jared Bowles is now, relative to that time.
Yes,
right.
Because
so one second. And then we have advances in technology and architecture and so on and so forth. That means that we're advances as much as it did at that time and so on and so forth, right? So we can't. If you're talking about skewing the data, then you can't skew the data. Then we're there. Now the other thing is this, that if we are making an assessment of the point's gone out of my head, sure. Brother, sorry.
Can I just address before we forget?
Because I got another brother here, and we have to address Garvey before we go here. So that's all our little piece, Delany, I'm gonna come to you in a second. Boana.
Hey, respect Shaka. You know I respect you, bro.
Yes,
respect to Kofi. I know, hey Kofi, you did an excellent lecture. I know the brothers them. When the Garvey get in the room, it seemed like the socialists would be the first one to grab the microphone. But I respect your lecture. You did an excellent job. We don't want no daddyism. They want to practice daddyism. We free men. We want to be able to think freely, and we want to be able to innovate freely and price the value of our innovation in whatever we see fit for it to be. So I respect your lecture. Like I said, I got to get back to work. I appreciate both of y'all brothers. Like I said, man, but I have an axe to the grind with the Garvey undercover socialist. But I'll just leave it there, man. I appreciate the lecture.
Give facts, my brother. Give facts. I do love the international nature of the viewing audience right now, and those who come on the panel. So I got everybody will come from foreign, as we say. Brother Delany, I'm trying to remember the point I was going to make a minute ago, but go ahead, Brother Delany.
No, I think he was making an excellent point. I think the skewing of data can be done.
I remember it. Right, go ahead, brother.
Yes.
Because a point was made in the presentation about the fact that Africans in America or the Western world, live relatively better than Africans, for example, in the so-called third world, right? Which is an interesting point to make, especially based upon the fact that now we want to limit or confine the liberal ideal to nation states, right? As though capitalism is a respecter of borders in that kind of way, yeah? So the point here is that when you look at places that have higher living standards, yes, in comparison to the rest of the world, generally speaking, these nations are ones that were colonizers or colonizer adjacent, yeah? So we're talking about white nations of Europe, yeah, and allegiant to the West. And what happens is that through the colonial process and the neo-colonial process, they were able to internationalize their economies, yeah? So poverty, their effect on people's living standards was not now simply confined to Fidem nation and the borders of Fidem nation state. They had a direct impact upon the living standards and the quality of life and the access to resources and modes of production in other people's communities and other people's nations. All right. So we look at that dynamic now and we say, well, you know, poverty, and then we draw a poverty disparity of nations as though the economics of these two nations are not related to each other in some very intricate ways, yeah, and that those economic relationships are not the defining factor between who's poor and who is not, which nation has a higher living standard and which nation does not.
All right, let me just try address them one by one. If I forget, you can just point out whichever one I didn't answer. All right, the first one, every political ideal is going to have problems implementing in the real world, because in the real world,
I agree, my brother. Just not to interrupt you, just to address that point. I agree with you, except for the fact that when the liberal, neoliberal capitalist reason, they don't give that same concession to other schools of thought.
Thing about scientific socialists. Them say the same thing. It's scientific, right?
My brother, I'm not talking to a scientific socialist at the moment. I'm talking to you, and what I'm saying is that the brothers and sisters, and not even and beyond the brothers and sisters, because this is a very very popular right wing type of argument, yeah, popular Western right wing type of argument. You all do not give that same level of a concession to other schools of thought. So when you're debating wherever, you say Pan-Africanism failed because thus and so forth. You don't say, well, ideas are harder to implement in reality because this, that, and we don't go into them kind of philosophy.
Explain that.
I say socialism failed because it's wrong, it's not good, and it can't work. You don't go into no pontification about, well, ideas are more difficult to implement based upon the and all them things there. That not go on. So why should we give
skewing of data?
Yeah, all them something there. That reason not go on.
I'm saying that socialism fails among a diverse group of people, among a diverse group of nations, because of its central flaw. And that flaw is centralization of power. Right?
But if you believe that that the Soviet Union, China under Mao,
Israel,
Israel.
Yes, they did try socialism. Argentina.
Let's come back to that. Let's come back to that.
That's problematic for you people. You can't argue.
I'm going to dispute that point, but let's come back to that. Because it will be true.
America sabotage Israel attempt at socialism.
I ain't finished. That's not what I'm going to say. So let me make my point, right? If you are going to say that, because I'm using your argument now. If the examples of socialism, yeah, failure, yes, because the popular ones are not Israel. The popular ones are Russia, the Soviet Union, China, what the place name, Cuba, which should exist, yeah. Based upon your assessment today, you know, there are more concrete examples, yes, of socialism than there is liberalism as far as political economy is concerned. As far as your argument today goes, and I'm saying this as somebody who's not advocating for something of any kind. Listen, as far as real life examples, based upon your assessment this evening, there are far more concrete examples and success stories as related to socialism and communism than there is liberalism. 100%. You said that it never existed and has not existed and has only gotten to 70%.
I was trying to explain number one.
And somewhere in the 1700s between Britain and America.
I'm saying that the developed countries today are moving closer towards socialism, right? And that is why we have so much debt, we have so much dislocation in the economy, we have so price disequilibrium, certain prices in America, like higher education and healthcare, they're gone sky high, but like electronics and cell phones, they become really super affordable. That is the result of the state skewing the price system. No, the Soviet Union did that, right? And you had those things, you had those wild surpluses and shortages in some areas in the Soviet Union. They were able to get away with that for what, 70, 80 years? You understand? So socialism don't mean
you're not answering the question, you're not following the thing proper.
Socialism don't mean that you're going to crash right away. Just like how Manly socialism did crash right away because Jamaica didn't have any, Jamaica was indebted, well, Jamaica didn't have any capital accumulated to redistribute like that. So it was too early, so it crashed immediately. But because the Soviet Union, they got outside help, Wall Street bankers helped, they invested in the Bolshevik Revolution and Soviet Union's industry, and that helped them a lot to maintain the inefficient system that they have, and it takes longer. So I'm saying that the developing countries, they are moving towards socialism. They're not socialist, but they're moving towards it, and that explains the dislocations in the economy and the inflation today, because these are features of socialism. You understand? No, they can roll it back because, like I said, human actions aren't deterministic. Not inevitable that they'll move towards socialism.
I would agree with the human actions point. Go ahead. Sorry, go on. No, you're not finished. Go ahead. I was gonna bring in Delani, but finish Coffee. Finish.
Right. Next one is imperialism. Right. If imperialism produced the wealth of nations and development, then the explosion of wealth would not have occurred in the West, in Holland, UK, and America. It would have occurred in the Ottoman Empire. It would have occurred in China. It would have occurred in the even in Mali. The amount of capital that Mansa Musa have. Every student of Afrocentric history know about Mansa Musa and the insane amount of capital that he had.
Are you being serious?
If capital accumulation led to development, which is the argument for imperialism leading to development, then Mali would have been developed. Then Spain and Portugal would have been way ahead of England because they had so much gold coming in from the Americas. But because they didn't have liberal ideas is what moves humanity from $3 a day up to $130 a day today, right? That's not socialism.
So we're talking about Britain in the. Sorry, go on.
Three. You say advances in technology, right? Technological advancement was always taking place. Again, every student of Afrocentric history know of the advancement in technology. Robin Walker, Blacks in Science by Van Sertima, etc. Right? But again, for technological advancement to have a wide society impact, you need freedom, you need innovation. So you have more scientists, just like how you have more capitalists that bring forward more products and innovation. You have more scientists, more heads working on problems of human health, etc. Right? So instead of the monarch having its their own personal physician and monopolizing healthcare, after liberalism, the market opened up and everybody was trying their own thing in terms of scientific innovation, in terms of of product innovation, technological improvement, etc. So technology does not explain the hockey stick chart of development, where for most of human history we lived on $3 a day, and after about the 1800s it spiked up tremendously. Right? All right. Number 4, in terms of Africa, in terms of the data and skewing Black Americans, etc. Swedes in America live better than Swedes in Switzerland. They're wealthier per capita to Swedes in Switzerland. Jamaicans in America are wealthier. You know, Nigerians in America are wealthier. You understand? This doesn't have anything to do with race or skewing the data. It has to do with proximity to
America. That's the point I was making. Yes.
What a very productive economy that is going in the wrong direction, which is it may or may not last. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're socialists. I'm just saying that
you're making anyway. I'm gonna stop hugging the mic. Finish your point, and I'm gonna go to Dalani, then Scott and Miles. Then we're gonna deal with Garvey before we done, yeah, today.
No, finish.
All right, cool. Dalani, got you.
Yes, my brother. Respect. Well, I listen attentively. I mean, I wanted to touch on the Garvey thing too. You know what I mean?
Stay tuned, bro. We're going to deal with it. We can't listen.
We can get away with that.
No.
Yeah. And I've been sharpening my cutlass, and I'm a big long file, you know.
That's how go.
Yeah. What I want to ask a question, and I want to make an observation. Let me ask you a question, bro. What's the difference between neoconservatism and neoliberalism, or neoconservatives and neoliberal? What's the difference? Because it seems to be having an overlapping going on here.
To me, there's no difference.
Whoa.
They both want an extensive role for the state. They both believe in top-down central planning. They both believe in the technocratic, bureaucratic state that gives us wars, that give us inflation and all of that. They both believe in.
All right. Yeah, all right. In the US, the conservative them always I beat down the liberals. Them I call them socialists. I call them all kind of derogatory. That none of them nothing want to be called liberal again. I mean, what go on there so? I mean, them call the liberal policy in America socialists.
Well, the meaning of the word.
But so has Kofi today though. Him call the liberal. The most socialist nations, the most liberal.
That's what I'm noticing. That's the rhetoric in America.
No, you're mixing up. My use of the word liberal is not. I'm not using it in the modern sense. In the modern sense.
Oh well, but me tripping in the modern world, me think say Latina refer to still.
No, in the modern sense, liberal means something. Liberal mean Bernie Sanders and AOC, right? That's
okay, so you're different from them liberal there.
Yes.
So the word liberal is of a variety of.
No, liberal change. The meaning of the word liberal change over time, but I'm using the original meaning.
Well, thanks for that clarification. But let me get to my meat of my argument. In your premise and in your argument tonight, you make a lot of presupposition.
100%. I was going to make that point.
A lot of, I mean, for all of the elements you're saying to come into place, there's so much other element have to come into place.
100%.
I mean, first of all, a free enterprise and everything for work right. You have to have good education, good medical care. Man have to behave himself properly. Everybody, no thieving, no cheating, no killing, no exploitation. You assume that humanity is going to be moral and ethical, and everybody going to treat everybody fairly. How that's going to work? When right now today, if the government turn off 24-hour mayhem.
All those things that you mentioned that are so important for society, the modern society, all those things have to be produced. I give you two options. You're stranded on a deserted island, right?
Yes.
Would you want the things that are produced, the house, the clothes, the food, or would you want just a stack of cash, or even gold coins?
Let me add one thing better. If a tenner whip on, if a tenner whip on the same island, if a tenner whip up on the same island.
No, before we get to that,
no, it's a very interesting point, but this is what I'm saying. We're getting into abstractions now.
Yeah, exactly.
One second. And because the conversation is about paths to African and Black liberation, yeah, that some of these analogies can because it's an interesting point that you're making, but and it's an interesting analogy to delve into. At the same time, I am very aware of the fact that when it comes to actual material and actual production, there are many instances within our history when our revolutionary leaders have actually dealt with what our people have in their hands, and they've been destroyed by liberals and neoliberals and people that profess that ideology who come and talk about financials and fiscal planning and all kind of stupidness like that. But they're not dealing with the material, that having the house. They're judging they're judging the wealth of the nation by GDP, which is a measurement of finances, not a measurement of resources and access to resources through clothing and shelter and so on and so forth. So so if we bring that into the real world, we're going to be in serious problems with that.
Brother Shakara, Brother Kofi, 1 second there, sir. What Brother Shakara said is very important, because guess what you're saying now? All that what you're saying so nice if everybody start from ground zero. Let's have a level playing field, then we can talk like that. But as long as the imbalance exists, we have to fight it out. No. Hold on there.
I can quote good old Maggie on that point later on.
The imbalance that exists, you can't. Right, in Jamaica, many countries in Africa, the school system is in shambles. No medical service. The infrastructure is damaged. Everything has to be built from scratch. How are you going to compete with somebody where have 400 years of infrastructure development ahead of you? And corporation that is 400-500 years ahead of you with development. And then you're going to say, all right, throw everybody out there, go and compete. It's not fair. You can't come to me with that. When we get a playing field with everybody upon a even footage, then we can start that argument. And that is the reason why, if all those presuppositions you're coming up with about human behavior is corrected, it goes straight to socialism. Because everybody wants a house, everybody wants a car, everybody wants a pretty woman, everybody wants them pick the figure at school, everybody wants to get taken care of. Nobody don't want to get left behind. That's human nature. Everybody wants their family to be successful. So this idea that somehow
shelter from the storm. No, Black Uhuru, the solidarity, the song.
Yeah. So I'm saying, so everybody want better for themselves. Me not in this idea that some people don't want to develop and some people, them rich because them well want to develop. Them stronger than we, them more intelligent than we, them have some superpower from some supernatural intervention that make them more superior economically than we. I don't believe that.
It's complete nonsense.
Nobody likes being pushed around, and socialism is about pushing people around.
But the point is that, but when we say that as African people, it is to do a disservice to our reality as African people. You spoke about freedom being no coercion. The reality, but then when it comes to the coercion of Britain and America and France, we act as though it doesn't exist, and we act as though failed African nation states are the result of some socialism that existed in the 1960s, yes, and fail to recognize the continued coercion, military and economically, of institutions like the American government and its corporations, because they don't act in separation from each other. Yeah, they're very much in concert with each other from that time until now. Yeah, we act as though Nkrumah wasn't taken up by the CIA. We act as though Lumumba wasn't taken up by the CIA and Belgium and French intelligence. We act as though
Garvey wasn't undermined.
We act as though Marcus Garvey was undermined by Americans promoting free market capitalism. Yes, we act as though that's not the case. And so when we talk about coercion and act as though the institutions that control finances and the international economy today do not engage in coercion, yes, and then blame socialism,
yes,
yeah, which hasn't been a significant global political
Phenomenon.
force since at least the 1990s. Yes, it's joke business, but it goes to show that the argument is not necessarily, and I'm putting this forward right now. The argument is not, and the evidence is in the nature of this conversation and how the conversation has gone. The emphasis is not on paths to African liberation. The emphasis is on paths to shoring up the power and the sustenance of Western democracy. That's a go on. We're still fighting the Cold War. And what's happening is Africans are being asked to do away with our own liberation agenda and side with America and Britain in the war against communism, which doesn't even exist on a significant level at the moment.
As if we don't have a mind of our own, as if we don't have a third party. Ubuntu cannot work for us. Ubuntu
and by the way,
cannot work for us.
Ain't got nothing to do with the age of enlightenment liberalism. I tell you that from straight. First and foremost, the idea of Ubuntuism is about peoplehood. It's not about individualism. Yeah, it's a fundamental difference. You have to understand that.
Oh, really? So hold on. If
and that was before Marx born here.
Yeah. So hold on. Your conception of Ubuntu.
No, it's not my conception.
It's African people conception. Experience.
No, let me finish.
Ask the question, boss.
Let me finish.
Go on. My bad. Pardon me, sir.
Your conception of Ubuntu does not recognize individual diversity, individual needs and desires.
Not true.
No. Ubuntu.
Let me ask the question first now.
Go ahead.
Your conception of Ubuntu, by denying the reality that we are self-interested beings, no Afrocentric, no Pan-African, I don't matter how committed he or she is going to care more about Black children thousands of miles away as opposed to their own. It don't mean that they don't care about everybody, but in turn, we all have our own priorities. You understand? And that's what is meant by self-interested. And we all have values, we all have goals, we're all trying to maximize utility, and these values and goals change. The satisfaction we get from certain things change, etc. Are you saying, therefore, that your conception of Ubuntu is to do away with that reality of human nature and subject the individual to the needs of the quote-unquote community?
You want that?
Yeah, so it's very simple. Muntu, unga muntu, unga bantu. A person is a person because they are people. I am because we are. And
because we are, right. Therefore I
am. Right? So the idea Ubuntu doesn't deny I am. The Ubuntu places the I amness within the context of we are-ness. That's all it does.
It's affirming the I am. It's affirming the
I am. So we're not fighting against individuality. We're fighting against we're fighting against individualism. Yeah. And so yes, Africans do dominantly see ourselves in community and seek to develop a social and economic structure that takes care of community interests. So for example, people operate within families. Every individual, in order to be functional within a community, must be a part of a family. A family is a collective unit. It's not an individual unit. Yeah. So that is the point. And that is how we shore up because it's an illusion. Yeah. The idea of an individual as it is as you are defining it, it's quite frankly an illusion. The individual doesn't exist even the concept of an individual doesn't exist outside of a social context. It must have a collective context for it even to make sense. Yes,
that's correct.
And so what happens is we get told to deal with individual issues within a context of a political economy that is dealing with collective issues, that is dealing with maintaining its own hegemony and its own power. That is not an issue of I want to do
hold on.
And this individual wants to do.
Before you gone off into the preaching, nothing I said about individual rights is about individuals. Is about a society based on atomized, isolated individuals that don't care about other people. The whole point of of Adam Smith's division of labor and specialization is about society working together to create something, to achieve a goal, a product or whatever. The whole point of F.A. Hayek, who's another liberal, spontaneous order. Again,
I'm noticing the absence of African liberation freedom fighters in your quotation sources.
Because Nkrumah was a communist, Nyerere was a communist. All right, so therefore, suppose the African individual does not see in his interest to take care of the core community. So, for instance, a lot of African students in America, when they leave and they're earning money and they go back home, they have to spend in the community, right? Suppose that, based on your conception of Ubuntuism, suppose that African youth say, look here now, I prefer to spend my money on my family instead of spending it on the community. Does that individual have the right to do that?
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead and do it.
All right.
Because the thing is, the question is irrelevant. The question is irrelevant within the context of African liberation, because the question therefore becomes within the context of African liberation, the question then becomes which sensibility moves us closer towards a liberation agenda. That is the key question, right? So if we're talking, if the subject is African liberation, yes, then we cannot achieve African liberation outside of community. Yes, so the individualist serves within that context is not apolitical. The individualist serves the political agenda of the dominant colonizer, neo-colonizer.
All right.
That's what happens.
Right. That is correct.
All right. So number two, because you're not getting my point in terms of division of labor and social.
No, what it is, it's not that I'm not getting your point, my brother. What it is that your reasoning, within the context of European political economy, as though
that's the only paradigm.
As though it's the only paradigm one, and as though African liberation doesn't have to challenge European political economy in order for liberation to take place. That is our reality, and there is very little, if anything, about your reasoning that deals with that reality. That deals with we are a people coming out of enslavement, colonization, and neo-colonization. We are talking as though we have.
When you go off like this.
One second, but you don't know, but it's not a soapbox. These are realities, my brother. But you are not addressing. The subject is liberalism, the forgotten pathway to African liberation. The context of African liberation exists because of the fact of invasion, conquest, colonization, enslavement, neo-colonization. That's why the conversation about African liberation exists in the first place. So we cannot have a conversation that tries to address African liberation while talking as though the context for African liberation does not exist.
No, man, you always go off in the thing. I'm always forget. Okay, so the argument against capitalism being rugged individuals, isolated and selfish, and don't care about everybody else. That's rubbish. Adam Smith rubbish that Ludwig von Mises in his book Human Action.
But reality proved that.
I wasn't going off of that. I was responding to what you specifically said, not Adam Smith and any of them. But
all right. Number two. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear enough. I wasn't denying that imperialism and colonialism is not coercion. As a matter of fact, I think I made it clear that those things are illiberal. Those ideas are illiberal, right? That talk about the involve top-down central planning, right? What I'm saying is that those things don't build societal wealth, all right? Imperialism, mercantilism, Keynesianism, all these things destroy wealth, destroy societal wealth. They concentrate wealth in the hands of a few, right? But they don't build wealth for everybody. The wealth of nations is only if you adopt a system of natural liberty, like Adam Smith said. Now, of course, Adam Smith have had problems with the labor theory and his views on usury, etc. But economics has.
He also had issues on his views on the colonization of the Americas.
Right. So economics advanced after that.
No, but he did actually, just to clarify that point, Adam Smith clearly identified the Europe's colonization of the Americas as a wealth development strategy.
Accumulation.
Yeah,
No,
he believed that opulence was being generated within the Americas, in particular North America and the Caribbean.
He was describing mercantilism, which he was critiquing in the book.
He was fully in favor of it.
He's fully in favor of it. He challenged colonialism in Asia. Was championing colonialism.
Africa never read a book there, you know, because that's an elementary mistake. Anyway, all right. Three. The whole point of the deserted island question was to show that money is just a medium of exchange, that what is wealth is what is produced. Understand? And the economic philosophies that privilege demand over supply, that is what reduces wealth creation, impoverishes nations. I'm not saying that the Cold War didn't have an effect. What I'm saying is that a country like Jamaica, you can definitely argue that it still is affected by the 1970s. One, it's affected by the rhetoric, right? The anti-capitalist rhetoric was very high in the 70s. It was very hostile to capitalists. The whole idea of the capitalist as an exploiter, surplus labor value, and you can't trust them, etc. You can't trust capitalists, but you can trust politicians like Michael Manley. So
I want to respond to that, definitely.
Hold on, no man, comrade.
Let him finish. And I want to get to this Garvey business because we got to wrap up soon still.
Yeah, well, I'll ask you some stuff too.
All I'm saying is that the economic reform that Michael Manley should have done in the 1970s, in kick the can down the road to Mr. Seaga. And Mr. Seaga never reformed either. He kicked the can down the road to PNP. And then PNP, 18 years, and never reformed either. It was only when our backs were against the wall that we did some form of reform. Again, it's not what's needed, but the idea that
what reforms?
Market reforms, stable monetary policy.
So basically, allowing American corporations in.
That's exactly what I'm going to say. So you're saying to me that the policy, the best policy. Hold on.
I don't finish.
Okay, all right. Go on.
Again, what you guys are doing is following the Liberian model. Now, Garvey and Garcia criticized that model because, again, you think that an economy can grow if the government grows and the economy stays weak, right? Or the industry, the private sector stays weak. The only way an economy can grow if the government comes out of the economy and allows more innovators, more capitalists, more people with better ideas of how to solve problems to come into the market. And Jamaica as a country.
Okay,
hold on, Delani, hold on. Let him finish.
And down the road, all the while, because of the political price that every politician, every prime minister know they're going to pay that price if they really implement market reform. And that's why we are where we are today. It's not only because CIA come in the country in the 70s. KGB was here in the 70s. So that whole Cold War, it wasn't one side. You understand? And we were fighting.
I don't agree. I don't agree with your analysis.
No, but that don't even make no sense. Whether the KGB was there or not, if you're gonna argue that the KGB had the influence on Jamaica that the CIA and the American government did, a joke business the attack. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that it takes two to tango.
Okay, let me respond to your.
No, what he's saying is that the Americans were justified in coming in because of the threat of the Soviet Union.
All right. So when people say that if black people appreciate the policies that Reagan implemented, or some of the policies that Reagan implemented, they're sellouts. Yeah, they're sellouts because Reagan invaded Grenada. How many people died in Grenada? of that invasion.
That's not the point.
That's
It's
irrelevant.
This is irrelevant.
That's irrelevant.
Let me finish.
It's irrelevant.
Let me take the response before time run out.
Let me finish.
Liberalism as a path forward for black people, yeah?
Look at Fidel Castro, who was the ally of PNP and Grenada Bishop and Angola.
What about Fidel?
How many people Fidel Castro killed in Angola defending MPLA? How come you don't say that if you side?
I wish I was there.
Hold on. How come you don't say if you agree with socialism, it means that you support human rights abuse?
You know why? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
You support Reagan policies that automatically mean that you support human rights abuse in Grenada.
Reagan was the head of a government which was the head of neocolonialism at that time until to this day. Cuba, with all listen, as Garveyites and as African nationalists, we have many criticisms for Cuba, especially on the race issue. Yeah,
truly.
So we're not
pretty up nothing.
Listen, Angola attacking Angola.
Listen. Many criticisms for Cuba on the race issue, but there were many. Remember, Cuba is a majority African nation. You don't want to hear the difference is the reason why Africans who don't profess socialism can appreciate our socialist ancestors is because they were anti-imperialists, they were anti-colonialists. One second.
Exactly.
Reagan was a colonizer. Yes. Reagan was a colonizer who not only presided over the invasion of Grenada, but also created death squads throughout the whole of the Americas. Also presided over the CIA.
History.
Influence on Jamaica in the 1980s. Also presided over the influx of drugs and guns into black communities in America and also Jamaica. Yeah, how are you? There is no comparison to be made.
On the soapbox again.
Right? No, it's not a soapbox. It's just that I'm articulate and passionate. You just have to deal with that. Yeah, the reality is, that there is no comparison to be made. There's no conflation to be made about Africans feeling in concert with their brothers and sisters in Angola going to fight on behalf of our people for seeking freedom, and Ronald Reagan invading Grenada, yes, and supporting Mobutu in Congo. Yeah, and there's no comparison to be made there.
All right, so therefore, Fidel Castro's support of the Derg in Ethiopia, the murderous communist dictatorship in Ethiopia, that's we can just dismiss that because Fidel Castro is a third world hero. Fidel Castro's support of MPLA, not only providing security forces to kill you black people, UNITA supporters, but to kill even MPLA supporters. Fidel Castro do that. And all right with Fidel Castro and communism. That to you, hold on. Let me go on my soapbox. That to you is not a blemish on Castro or the idea of nationalism.
Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah.
When people lost about 20,000.
I'm not even interested in blemishes on communism.
On this channel, 1 second. On this, exactly. Because this is not even communism is not the subject today. That's the first thing. Nor is Fidel Castro. That's the second thing. I already said that as black nationalists, we have many criticisms of Castro. Yes. But that is not the subject today. The point I was making is that there is no comparison to be made with brothers and sisters going to help a liberation movement. Excuse me, but your entire argument is not an argument with a moral consistency in it, because all it's designed to do is mitigate the crimes, yes, of Ronald Reagan. Hold on. So if the best that you can do is draw Fidel Castro in order to provide some shield for the devil named Ronald Reagan, then you're already failing at your argument. If all you're saying is that Castro was bad and Ronald Reagan was no better than Fidel Castro, then I don't know. I'm not sure what you're defending. But the fact of the matter is, from a Pan-African perspective, we are clear. No, I'm finishing saying what I'm saying. We are clear about who Ronald Reagan was as the head of America. Yes, it's not the individual Ronald Reagan. America is a criminal settler colony. That is what America is.
All I'm saying is that if I support some of Reagan's policies, it doesn't mean that I support going into Nicaragua, Grenada, etc., etc.
So why is it when we support Cuba, we have to support everything Fidel does?
So, right? It don't mean I support that, but so to socialists, they will draw that conclusion, say, you support whatever, the Sandinistas or the destruction of Nicaragua and the whole Cold War thing. But if I point out that Fidel Castro also in Angola, right, and slaughter black people, not for no liberation, but to keep MPLA in power, you all going to support the Angolan adventure, but still say
can I respond to him, please?
Very quickly, Delani, because this is a distraction, and I'm not expecting to entertain it much longer.
Taking us into a side conversation.
What you have done?
It's a distraction.
It's a distraction. I agree. I'm only going to put 30 seconds on it. 30 seconds on it.
Go ahead.
Brother, Kofi.
Angola.
No, it's a distraction.
We understand the question, Kofi. We understand the question. We understand. Trust me, we do. Kofi, if you're saying that the African was not engaged in a war of liberation, you are living in fantasy land and you've been disingenuous. Because South Africa, South Africa was an evil colonial force across Southern Africa, supporting Zavimbi, backed by Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. And you are telling us that we should sit back and allow Zavimbi you take my time, allow South Africa and Zavimbi to invade and take over Angola in the name of capitalism, and we must not do nothing about that. That is a false narrative. That is false narrative. And listen, Cuba was 100% correct in invading that Southern Africa. And Namibia,
one-sided argument.
Kofi, I asked the brother Delay to let you finish. I'm going to ask you to let Alan to do the same. All right? Go ahead, Delay.
Yes, my brother. Namibia would not be a free country today if it wasn't for the invasion by Cuba. So I don't know what planet you're living on. Everybody, even the capitalists would acknowledge that. Even Ronald Reagan would acknowledge that, and Margaret Thatcher. So I don't know what policies
the whole of them were supporting the apartheid. 1 second. The whole of them were also, as you alluded to, were supporting the apartheid government in South Africa.
Who did drop sanctions? Who did drop sanctions on South Africa?
Who did?
It's communist propaganda, no.
Who put sanctions on South Africa? Who did?
Sorry.
MPLA was supported.
Excuse me. Sorry. It is a fact that Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan were supporters of the apartheid government in South Africa.
Exactly.
They considered Nelson Mandela to be a terrorist. Yeah,
that's correct.
The darling of the West today was a terrorist for them.
It is a fact.
Right, so that's the reality. Hold a second. We're moving on.
You don't want to hear that.
Fine, because Tahak has been waiting for quite some time. He's been very patient, and I want to. I don't want
to say this before. The MPLA government since you said they were supported by Cuba and they were liberated and they weren't supported by the West. They were supported by the West even during the Cold War. So this the world fairy tale of good guys versus bad guys is just communist propaganda. MPLA was supported by Cuban forces and American multinational corporations. Savimbi was supported by communists.
Prove it.
Hold on. Was supported by communist North Korea and China, and also Reagan.
This is why I was saying, let's
not go communist Disney World view of Angola.
This is why I was saying, it would be true to say, very simply, that it was a Cold War era, and both sides, in terms of the Soviets and the West, were vying for influence. But the Africans were fighting an independent liberation war.
That is correct.
And access resources that were available to them from the most viable sources at a particular point in time. And one second. And so don't act like let's not act like Reagan was supporting the African liberation effort. Complete nonsense. If that was the case, if that was the case, he wouldn't have backed. If that was the case,
became free.
1 second. If that was the case, he would not have been backing.
It was the end of the Cold War. It was the end of the Cold War, and America and UK forced South Africa to the table.
If that was the case,
don't come with no little fairy tale communist propaganda.
They forced. Anyway, Arthur, go ahead.
Oh man, no, take the thing way far, but I think this is the reality, right? We're dealing with liberalism as a sort of, it's almost like what people talk about Marxism and communism, right? About this utopia effect, this sort of idea of, it's something that's a perfect idea but can never be reached and never has been reached. And every time we try to scrutinize any sort of example of it, we said that's not actual liberalism, it's something else. Some other people market forces, government involving themselves in the market and all this other stuff. So we can't actually scrutinize liberalism. When we look at sort of liberalism applied in terms of liberalism in regards to foreign relations, how do these liberal nations or the people who espouse liberalism behave in regards to foreign nations? Again, we see that we don't want to ascribe that to liberalism. So it's very difficult sort of looking at liberalism on trial, or understanding how having this conversation with you, Kofi, about how liberalism is a path forward for Black people, when actually you only want to deal with liberalism in the abstract, and in this idea of the sort of perfect world where people are going to behave perfectly, where people aren't going to start lobbying, where people aren't going to sort of try to create monopolies within a system. It's hard to actually talk about, because you just want to talk about a sort of a theoretical idea. Bring it back. Sorry, just to move away from the economics a little bit, because we have talked about the economics, and even away from the foreign ideas or what you call it, foreign relations, and look at sort of the social sides of liberalism, right? Because obviously there's the social economic policy, but there's also the social policy of liberalism. What does that look like? And when we compare sort of like Marcus Garvey's ideas around society and social and how people should behave and conduct themselves and move together, we see something a lot more closer to what you're talking about in regards to Ubuntuism, Shakara, than we do to see this idea of individualism as espoused by the likes of Adam Smith, John Locke, etc. Right? So Garvey as a liberalist, it doesn't work. And actually, in this conversation, what we're seeing is there's an argument trying to pose liberalism versus socialism. But we're not into that. That's a white people argument, right? Garvey, capitalism versus communism. We're not into that either, right? Garvey's argument was actually for Black people to move towards something of our own, right? So whilst you're saying that he didn't espouse or he wasn't upset or didn't shut his nose at using capitalism or working within capitalist structures, it was never that was his end point or his aim. His aim was always for Black people to focus on ourselves and develop for ourselves our own systems. Today, we've had a great opportunity, 3 hours and 17 minutes, to look at how liberalism could do that. And we have to say that you failed in every way. We haven't looked at one bit about how Black people can use liberalism to our advantage. We've just got random, like, I felt like I was back in the World War a second ago. I swear to you, I was going to start we're going on about, and then
we start getting to McCarthyism about who's a socialist and who's not. It's nonsense. Right? Hold on there. Before you go in, let me say something, right? So we have to get to the Garvey thing before we sign off. And we're not going to get.
No, but I have to get to the strawman argument they want to bring up.
There are many. Your entire diatribe about Angola was a strawman. Yeah.
Definitely.
hold on. You are Fio Straw, Tahaka are Theme Straw. Yeah.
Oh, so you admit. Oh, so you admit.
No, I'm not admitting anything. I'm just saying that's how it goes. If there are any straws at all.
Yeah.
Let me read
Cup
something.
full of straw tonight. Cup full of straw.
So we're going to read from the good book. Yeah, the good book. All right. Philosophers and Opinions of Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, man.
Right, you know.
Hold on. Before you do it, you have to give me a chance to respond. Because I know exactly where you're going. And you know I know where you're going. So you have to give me a chance to respond.
You respond after though.
To be? Yeah, listen, my brother, you're the guest. I'm gonna give you a chance to respond. Yeah, you've responded to everybody on the panel so far.
No, the other brother brought up some strong man that he didn't give me a chance to respond.
No, my brother, I'm only stopping it right now because I want to move on the conversation. It's like you've been responding to people. I'm not cutting you off, right? All right, just out of interest, where am I gonna go, Kofi?
Huh?
Where am I gonna go? Just out of interest, predict it. I want to, and I'll be honest if you're correct. I'll be honest. Where am I gonna go?
About capitalism, being those who oppose capitalism are opposed to progress, but it has to be controlled, and the price control of only the state should only allow capitalists to accumulate only so much.
No, that's not where I'm gonna go. All right. Although that would be a good place to go, but that's not where I'm gonna go. All right. What's it called? All right. So Eli Garcia's report, yes, to Marcus Messiah Garvey was mentioned in the presentation and in the discussion. Yeah. For context here, for those who may not be aware, Eli Garcia was somebody that the UNIA ACL, the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, sent to Liberia on a fact-finding mission to basically prospect for the opportunities for the nation building program that the UNIA ACL was involved in developing, and also the relocation of the headquarters of the UNIA ACL to the continent of Africa. And Liberia was one of the prospective nations for a number of different reasons. And so they sent a delegation to prospect, for the possibilities and so on and so forth. Yeah. What happened is that Eli Garcia wrote a secret report to Papa Garvey and the leadership of the UNIA ACL about these prospects. Yeah. Part of what destroyed the Liberia program of the UNIA ACL is that this report was made public. Long story, which we don't have time to go into. But the statement was made that what Papa Garvey and them were trying to do in Liberia was move into the economic sphere and limit the government. Yeah. And I want to know where the idea comes from.
No.
One second. All right, sorry. Feel free to clarify now before I read the thing, because that's what you said earlier.
No, I'm saying that the Garcia report shows that the model of governance that the Liberians had at that time is basically the same model of governance like Jamaica have, where because government and the private sector have an inverse relationship. As government grow, private sector decline. As private sector grow, it can only grow if government decline. But because Liberia had the big government feudalist idea, anti-democratic idea of governance, they stifled industry in Liberia. And what Garvey was doing was going to bring industry to Liberia. Whether or not he succeeded or how he attempted to bring it, he himself is not really relevant. The idea is that Garvey understood that government has to allow industry to thrive if it wants to.
I want to know where you've gotten that assessment from this report. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said.
So because I'm going to read something from the report, right? So listen carefully.
Like I said, my Tony Martin books are somewhere else. So
that's fine, my brother. But I'm suggesting to you that yes, the UNIA did have a program to bring industry and agriculture to Liberia. And add to what was good, but to say that that was their principle, because first and foremost, the ultimate goal of the UNIA ACL at every stage of its existence, from Garvey's time until now, is about nationhood. Yeah, and listen. No, I'm not. But it's because it's not.
Continue and then I respond. Yeah.
Listen, so this is Eli Garcia's report. Yeah, speaking. He says, for the same reason, he's basically making an assessment of the shortcomings of the Liberian elite, at this time, right? And he's saying, for the same reason, they are absolutely hostile to immigration by American or West Indian Negroes. That is, if said Negroes show any tendency to take part in the political life of the Republic. This fact is of great importance, and I dare suggest that words must be given to anyone going to Liberia in the interest of the UNIA of the UNIA to deny firmly any intention on our part to enter into politics in Liberia. This attitude will remove any possibility of opposition, and will not prevent us, after having a strong foothold in the country, to act as we see best for their own benefit and that of the race at large. The policy for the present must be to limit our program to commercial industry and agricultural developments. Yeah. So we see, based upon what Eli Garcia actually said, yes, listen, that the strategy of focusing on business and so on and so forth was designed, yes, to do for the sake of alleviating the condition as it stood at the time and negotiating the political circumstances as it existed in Liberia at the time. They knew a barrier would be put up if they put forward a political program. So they focused on the economic. So it suggests then that he understood that actually the government was open to industry. The government was open for business. It was not open for many in the political affairs.
All right. So again, I'm at a disadvantage.
Last sentence. And what happened after this point is actually evidence of that fact. And you know what I said.
Okay, good. As I said, I'm at a disadvantage, right? I'm just going off memory at this point. First thing you say about Garvey going into politics, of course, you're going to have to be circumspect about how he was going to move in Liberia. Charles King was a despot, and his cronies in governments, in the Liberian government, was living at the expense of the Liberians. That was in the report. You understand? And what Garvey was doing was being circumspect, right? Because even in the report, Garcia noted that there's little industry there, but there's lots of debt, and the politicians and the government live off the people. Now, what I'm saying is that is a classic example of feudalism. Liberalism turned that on its head. Liberalism says that instead of government growing at the expense of the peasants, government becomes limited and reduces the barriers to entry, encourages economic freedom, and allows peasants to escape the serf, escape poverty, escape degradation by providing goods and services for each other. The fact that Garvey had designs of going into politics doesn't mean that he was going into politics to enact the kind of big government demands and economics that we're so used to today. At that time, Keynesianism didn't catch on. So Black leaders, especially Black leaders who understood industry, understood that government has to be a facilitator of industry, not a parasite. So the fact that Garvey had also political designs doesn't mean he was a socialist. It doesn't mean he was his idea of government is to restrict voluntary interactions between Liberians and non-Liberians.
Charles King, Taylor's later.
That's another Liberian despot. Charles King, right? Of course, he's going to be concerned about threats to his political power. Every statist politician, every statist despotic politician is going to be concerned about that. That's the whole point of neo-mercantilism, is that they offer things to the crony capitalists in exchange for donations, etc., so that they can stay in power. But that's not liberalism. That's not capitalism. That's neo-mercantilism. And that's not what Garvey had in mind when he was going over there. No, you can of course point to aspects where Garvey criticized capitalism. I can point to aspects where Adam Smith criticized capitalism. Adam Smith
that's
criticized
not the point, and you have no evidence for what you said in terms of what kind of government Garvey was trying to institute in Liberia, and whether it was going to be big or small, or you haven't got any evidence for that.
Thank you for that, because these are some of the points I want to raise.
There's a lot of presupposition here, and we don't have.
Let me respond. Let me respond to that. The evidence that Garvey had in mind, the evidence that Garvey had a capitalistic society in mind, is in the book that you don't like to quote. That later testament, the New Testament that you don't like to quote, and that's the Old Testament.
Final Testament. No. You see, you don't know. Pause. All right, let's get there then. So
yeah,
he wanted the final testament that you're referring to. Sorry, go on. Say what you're saying.
Right. In the final testament, he wanted the evidence that he wanted a limited government with big industrial capitalist industry, because in that book he pointed to that economic model in America. And the fact that democracy is not supposed to be about, his conception of democracy wasn't about 99% expropriating the 1% or anything like that. It was about to safeguard the interests of the capitalists, to create an environment where the laborer can rise to the level of the capitalist. And that can only happen to a large extent when you have great economic freedom in the society. So,
first and foremost,
Garvey said too that a lot of Negroes were against him because they thought he was going to Liberia to start communes. Right? So Garvey wasn't there to start no commune. Garvey was there to bring industry. He was there to bring capitalism. He was there to bring freedom.
In fact,
and that's why Liberia to this very day.
In fact, the Liberia program did advocate the starting of a commune. It blatantly did. They bought land, and for the sake of moving a couple thousand families onto the land. That if that's not a commune, I'm not sure what is, right? And as a part of that, and the work of that commune was to develop agricultural and industrial programs. The mere starting of industry does not make one a socialist or a capitalist. If that was the case, then Kwame Nkrumah is the biggest capitalist there is, because he developed a whole heap of industries in
No, he did not.
Did
no, he did not.
But that's the fact. There's no disputing that fact.
No,
right?
he did not.
Having said that, let us get to the final testament. Yeah. So a point that was made earlier in relation to Papa Garvey was the idea that the property of the UNIA ACO belongs to the UNIA ACO, not the government. That particular point doesn't take into consideration the fact that the UNIA ACO itself was a government. It operated and functioned as a government in exile. At the 1920 Convention of the Negro Peoples of the World, yes, International Convention of the Negro, a government in exile was elected. So the organization operated as a governmental organization, not just a civic organization under the jurisdiction of another government. Papa Garvey himself said, never be satisfied to always live under the government of other people. Yeah. So the aim was always the establishment of nationhood. And the reality was that at the time, our African nations were colonized. And so therefore their leadership and their governments were illegitimate. And therefore we need to elect our own governmental order in order to push for liberation. And as a governmental organization in the final testament, yeah.
Yes, I know where you're going.
It says the following. Yeah. All of the funds of the UNIA ACL are supposed to be directed in these channels. This is the section that comes after the aims and objectives. Yeah. The funds of the UNIA must be used for the race and only the race. These funds belong to no one individual or group of individuals. They are held in trust for the race. all of the profits made from investments in different companies that it controls must ultimately be used for the good and welfare of the Negro race at large. UNIA property will be held in trust for the Negro race. Its wealth will be held in trust for the Negro race for serving generations yet unborn. The UNIA shall go on eternally with one generation handing it down to the next. No one person or persons can claim such wealth because it is for the race in perpetual existence. Stress this everywhere you go so that people may know that what they contribute to the UNIA-ACL is not lost to them. Let them know that their future generations may benefit from the gift they give today. Finally,
boom, 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 boom.
Right, sorry, that's from the Final Testament, yeah. Message to the people, the School of African Philosophy. Finally, on this point, the Constitution reinforces this point in terms of property and no individual and so on and so forth. And even when you leave the organization, you can't take the property go with you and all these kinds of things, yeah. But the point I want to emphasize that the full name of the organization is the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. The interesting fact about that is that the African Communities League is intended to be the business and industrial auxiliary of the government. It's called the African Communities League.
All right, you finished now?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I don't know if I wasn't clear enough, but liberalism is not opposed to communities coming together and deciding their goals and objectives and collectivizing wealth.
Well, so I collectivize wealth. No, good movement.
I'm saying the goalposts keep moving, man. I mean, all over the board.
Yo, top of the noise now. So the idea of telling me about the communal nature of the UNIA, as long as it's voluntary, right? That is the thing. If people can come together as a community and own property, right? That is also allowed under liberalism. Liberalism doesn't say that you have to be capitalist or communist, right? Liberalism just says that it has to be. But if you want to have your own socialist commune, fine, as long as it's voluntary. Two.
So what are you using Garvey then?
Two. Because I never listened to the presentation. Maybe I never did make myself clear, or maybe it never come across.
I took notes.
Two. The idea of property rights is very important. When you, under liberalism, when you voluntarily come together, right? We love to talk about coming together. When communities or groups come together voluntarily, under liberalism, they can do whatever they want with their property, right? If they make profit, if they come together and form a cooperative and they make lots of profits, it is up to them, not the government, not no democratic majority, not no monarch or whoever, to determine how that property is used, right?
That's fairy tale, my brother. Fairy tale.
So I told that. The model of economic success Garvey pointed to in the Final Testament, right, was not no communal Ubuntu or socially, or your conception of Ubuntu or a socialistic society. The model of success that he pointed to, and he pointed black people to say, yo, look at this. This is what build wealth. This
European,
is what
European concept.
Yeah. So the model he pointed to was not what you are offering, right? And so yes, Garvey had cooperatives. So what? As long as it's voluntary, as long as they can do whatever they want with their profits. Like him did say in that same testament, people go into business to make profits. right? They don't go around to play. So if giving away your profits to the race don't affect your bottom line, don't affect the profitability of your industry, then by all means, that's not contrary to liberalism. Understand?
So Garvey went against his own policy then.
Rights, the assurance of profits, and the assurance that you can do what you want with your profits. The legal system that assures you that legal system never exists in Liberia. As I said, Liberia was a feudal society at that time. And that's why he said that democracy is needed because it allows the laborer to rise to the level of capitalist. Because if a government gets despotic, the best way to remove that government is through democratic means. So
let me respond.
And the issue with that assessment, I'm going to let you go, Delani. The issue with that assessment is that he has now conflated democracy with capitalism and liberal economy.
They often does that. I mean, the conservatives, them, and some of the neoliberals, they constantly do that. They conflate.
As though democracy is exclusive to capitalism. You know,
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
What's the point that you're making then? Where's the point?
Are you finished with your point?
Liberal conception of democracy is very different from how the socialists view democracy, right? Democracy is there. Voting is there to advance liberty, is to protect property. Voting is not to expropriate property, right? And that's the point. That's the point he was making in that testament, and that's why he pointed to the Gilded Age that produced the wealth, and he was not wrong because there's a book, The Myth of the Robber Barons. I can't remember the name of the author, where he shows that contrary to socialist propaganda, the Gilded Age wasn't a time when the rich got rich and the poor was grinded on the wine press or whatever. That these persons created wealth. These were genuine rags to riches stories. These were genuine value creators, and Garvey understood this, right?
Okay.
The boys with all degree them. He did so stupid. He couldn't see that. Even to the very end, he couldn't see it.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Yo, the boys.
No. In the end, the boys came around. Now, let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this to you.
Sorry, brother. Before you go, this is going to be your last statement.
Okay, thank you.
One sec. This is going to be.
This is my last testament.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if Comrade Mello wants to come in, and that will be his last.
Yeah. Just a quick question.
This is my last testament. All right.
The machete them get sharp or no?
We are chopped now, you know. All right. A few things. You make a lot of presumption about government. That government is despotic. Government, and it's all generalization. Government a thief. Government a bloodsucker. Government a parasite. I mean, you make all this connotation to government, but only government from third world countries. But when you come to capitalist government, you don't have those kind of terminologies for them. That's an observation, because I listen keenly to you. I listen to your nuances. Well, I listen to your nuances and how you parlay the conversation. I'm following you. What you haven't addressed though, and that you haven't pointed out to the people, is that the workers in the building of the Industrial Revolution, the workers in the building of these societies and these countries and these industries were left out the picture. The working class had to struggle and fight for 8 hours a day. And it didn't start off at 8, it was 12 hours a day, to 8 to 10 hours a day, to 8 hours a day. They had to fight for better working conditions. These are struggles, just like how people are fighting for freedom in other lands. The workers, the domestic workers within the European colonized colonial settler state, the workers were fighting for sick leave, for maternity leave, for holiday pay, for health insurance, for pension. All these things was bloody struggle for the working class to even get those kind of benefits. So you make it seem as if we live the capitalists and then all these things will have been sorted out by themselves. You're living in a fantasy world. them things that have to be a struggle.
Free market, except for in the face of organized labor.
Just to get to those points. So let not under no illusion about your liberal policies. The liberal policy only liberal for the rich and for those who want to expand their wealth, but not for the people them on the bottom who want to come up. Because let's say fear mean the bias beware. Anything goes. I can sell you what I want to sell. I can poison you. I can build a car that have no brake in it, and you buy it, you're dead. It's just madness. It can't work without some type of ethical policy, some kind of moral order in the society. If you say, boy, certain things is not allowed. And not every government, not every individual is corrupted. Not every individual, because this is a demonization of African people in general, crystallizing in African leadership, where every time we talk about an African leader, there's some type of innately corrupt, innately parasitic nature to the African mind, but somehow
Delani, what you have to understand is that is protectionism. Yeah, so we can't have protectionism in the economy, but we can have protectionism in ideology and history. You see, so for example, so Lumumba is wrong. So Lumumba is wrong, for example, for challenging the cessationist policies of Shombe, knowing that it was backed by Belgium and Belgium and French mining companies, and that they were doing so. And that they were trying to facilitate a war in the Congo for the sake of maintaining colonialism. One second. Acting as though
you know where I'm going with this now.
Was just trying to get away from.
Hold on, Kofi, hold on. I want to hear this point, Kofi. I want to hear this.
One second. Let's make this clear. This is 1 second. Let's make this clear. This is what you call protectionist historical revisionism, because we're acting as though Shombe were just acting off of his own steam, his own ideology. No, there were colonizers, and there were Africans who were allegiant to colonizers, and were going to betray the desire of the masses of the people for their own good. We're also going to deny. 1 second. We're also going to deny the fact that when Shombe did what he did so after a few thousand Belgian troops invaded that part of the country. And so Lumumba wasn't just acting in response to Shombe. Lumumba was acting in response to a Belgian invasion of the Congo. That is what was taking place. Yeah, that is what was taking place. But no, we have to protect France and America, because that is where the free market capitalist companies come from. These are the bastions of liberal democracy. So we can't have them associated with things like invasion and assassination and let's ignore that and go like Lumumba was
sabotage.
Who never want Shombe for just go away and do what he want to do.
Yo, time. All right, so good. Without getting into the weeds of when Shombe wanted to leave the Congo, if he waited until Lumumba made that famous speech that alerted the imperialists to what Lumumba was up to, so what? In Sudan, right? I can't remember the name of the leader who was trying to break away from Khartoum, right? The fact that they got financial support by some very imperialistic and questionable regimes, that negates Sudan's right to self-determination, even if they resorted to civil war over resources, right? Fine.
Even if.
Okay, so you're going to deny people.
I'm noticing. No, we're not.
Hold on. Are you going to deny people's right to self-determination just because you don't like?
You're negating that. You're negating it. You say even if.
Wait, 1 second. No. That's what America does. That's what Britain does. Yeah. Self-determination on as far as those nations are concerned is based upon who suits their political agenda. The reality is that you had Africans in the continent at that time, as you had Africans around the diaspora who were willing to do the bidding of colonial masters, and so that situation creates conflict.
So
And it
therefore,
creates war.
so therefore,
And so you are only siding with Shombe at the moment because your political and economic allegiance
so therefore,
is so that is the reality, because it's not as though, listen, it's not as though Lumumba traveled to America, yes, on a diplomatic mission.
Oh,
yes,
hear me now, man.
One second.
Who you support?
One second.
Secession in Southern Sudan.
1 second. Lumumba traveled to America, yes, to on a diplomatic mission, yes, seeking to quell any concerns, yes, and even to get assistance. Yeah, America.
Do you
know why? Because America was in line with the political allegiances that were seeking to overthrow Lumumba. And if the issue exactly, that's the point. So it's so Lumumba and Shombe becomes important for you because Shombe was not acting upon an African liberation agenda. Lumumba was. But when it comes to Lumumba and his assassination, it doesn't matter. Who cares about that? So self-determination don't matter. When America wants to fund and support puppet regimes and assassinate a duly elected leader of a country, self-determination don't matter. Self-determination don't matter again. It gone out the window.
Reality is talking.
But when Lumumba challenges the evolution of a puppet regime, a murderous puppet regime, yeah, within the context of the Congo, that becomes a self-determination issue.
So
abound.
So therefore, because the American government was against the Khartoum, al-Bashir, the dictator over there, because they were against him, we should have supported Khartoum's efforts to prevent.
That's false equivalence.
Okay. Secession.
False equivalence.
The issue is not cessation or not cessation. The issue is politics.
Liberation.
The issue is liberation versus oppression. The
liberation. So who gets to define liberation?
That is the issue. But again, the point is, Shombe is a politician. So if Shombe can define liberation, Shombe is a politician, and he was working and doing the bidding of other politicians from France and Belgium and their militaries. One second. It's the same. One second. It's the same situation when it comes to Liberia and King. King came into power in 1920. Yes, he wasn't. When Eli Garcia wrote that report in 1920. Yeah, he wasn't talking about no situation that just started with President Charles King. And what happened after that report is the fact that as you well know, and I'm going to clarify this for brothers and sisters that were listening earlier that may not have got the rest of the story. What happened was when the Liberian government, for quite some time before King, was concerned about the encroachment of Britain and France, because they were the primary colonizing powers in West Africa at that time. The region. And both of them were vying to take over Liberia. And the one reason why they weren't doing it is because of the Liberian government's relationship with the American government. Yeah, and America did not want, under any circumstances, Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the UNIA-ACL to get a foothold on the African continent in general and in Liberia.
That's real politics.
One second.
Yeah,
it's just real politics. But when it's
real politics.
It's an issue of and self-determination, right? Listen.
No, I'm saying.
One second. People are not listening. 1 second. Let me break it down. People are not listening. What happened was, yes, in the name. Yes,
I want to get back to Sudan.
1 second. In the name of free market economy, yes, the American government went to Liberia, traveled to Liberia, and brought with it Henry Firestone of the Firestone Rubber Company, yes, to coerce, yes, the Liberian government. And Charles King was a willing agent in this arrangement. So we're not taking it.
Therefore,
but if Charles King was a criminal, then so was Firestone, then so was Wilson. Right? One second. And give the Firestone Rubber Company unimpeded access. They bought land.
And therefore, that proves that capitalism is not the road to prosperity.
One second, please.
That's where you're going with that.
1 second, please. Thank you very much. Because people need to know this. It wasn't just the fact that Charles King was a sellout. He was a complete puppet. Yeah.
Okay, good. So,
1 second. But what happened was a liberal and economically liberal policy was put in place that gave the Firestone Rubber Company unimpeded. 1 second. Unimpeded access to the rubber resources in Liberia. They were able to get land at little and nothing. They were able to get people of Liberia.
Land was not market value. Land wasn't given that market value.
I'm going to finish.
Okay.
But you didn't mention this before. So if this was a problem for you, then discuss this in relation to black the pathways to black liberation. Then talk about the fact that the American government sent its corporation there to buy land not at the market value. Yeah, and that is against liberal economics. Yeah, you haven't said that. So stop talking now. Hold on there. Because when you were spinning it before, you never said this. So let me say it now. All right. What's it called? When it comes to this now, they bought the land at some stupid cents per acre, and had Africans clearing rainforest, for little and nothing in Liberia in the name of free market economics. What's it called? The Liberian government, colluded with this agenda, and that rubber. 1 second, that rubber was a key component in the development of many corporations in America, including the automobile industry. Henry Ford was getting rubber for little and nothing because they never pay nobody. And they got land for little and nothing. Over there.
Exploitation, total exploitation.
Right, of the people.
Right, so my turn
the same thing happened in Haiti. The same thing happened in Haiti. During the same period, them going to the people in them country, and mash up the economy, mash up the agricultural industry, have the people that import rice. Haiti had a significant agricultural industry before America's invasion in 1914, and they mash it up. Thief out the federal
teeth and gold too. Thief out them gold,
and the gold still there in America today. And them not get back.
Good
No. This is liberal. This is American liberal policies to reggae.
Historical reality.
And none of the liberals, neoclassical or social, none of them. When they talk about what policies are constructive and positive, they never talk about the criminal activities of the American government in collusion with its corporations. They never do it. Why? Because those corporations and that government are still in cahoots today. They're still in cahoots today, running the same games and using their military. We haven't even had an opportunity to talk about the relationship between free enterprise, free capital, the American government, and the military-industrial complex. And in relationship to the American government, talk about limited small government. The military-industrial complex is growing every year. More and more money is being spent every year on the military-industrial complex. Which is private enterprise. Private enterprise with the government.
Almost $1 trillion a year.
But you and your liberal friend them, when you're discussing liberal policies and neoliberalism, you never talk about these things. You talk about Cold War and socialism and Nkrumah from the 1960s and 70s. But you're not talking about the military-industrial complex of today. I talk about in the name of liberal democracy. I talk about Afrikan. But not here. I talk about that. You're not talking about the IMF and the World Bank.
I was going to mention Afrikan, but
you've been talking for over 3 hours. You never mentioned it once or no. You've had bare opportunities. And even if you did, because you're a strategic person and you know where I come, so you're gonna throw in some strategic whatever for
minimize.
This is a political ideology, and I'm very familiar with it. And you don't do this, especially on the black people. We love talk about Nkrumah and how socialism is and Nyerere and also not talk about them something there. What we see in Africa and the Caribbean today is simply to do with the ineptitude of our leaders, which is true. Our government are sellouts. For Western imperialist interests, but you don't talk about and challenge the Western imperialist policies. that make that a reality in the first place.
Yeah, maybe it's my fault. Maybe I should have bullet point my essay better than that to condense everything. But thank you for mentioning that the despot Charles King gave away land below market value. Okay, as I said before, liberalism is not about government growing at the expense of the private sector. When I say private,
he was lauded as an example of capitalism and neoliberalism.
Of course, this was the biggest capitalist liberal policy going at the time.
Exactly.
They promoted this as liberal policies and capitalism.
It was lauded.
What are you talking about? Yeah. So all this fantasy where you deal with, no, we're not have it today. Sorry,
reject that.
Reject that completely. This was liberal politics, capitalist laissez-faire politics going on. Why? Because they never have no trade barrier. They were paying little to no tax.
No resistance.
No wages.
No resistance.
No, but tax is contrary to liberalism, because again.
Exactly. And they weren't paying any. This was a liberal policy. That is the point. This was a liberal policy.
So therefore, the Garcia report showed how government in Liberia was big, but industry was small, and the debt of Liberia was going up. It was onerous. This was before structural adjustment and the Bretton Woods and blah, 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 that people blame for debt in Africa.
But that is irrelevant. Because America is the biggest debt in the world. Which country is the most in-debt country in the world?
Huh?
Which country is the most in-debt country in the world?
I'm gonna take a guess. America.
Of course, by far. I mean, there's no country come close.
Which country is the most productive in the world? You have to look on the two sides, you know. But anyway, don't distract me because I'm not good at that. All right, so you
can pick out statistics, you can pick out little aspects. I mean, we can do the same, but you're not dealing with a clean plate, my brother. You're dealing with a stacked deck. You're dealing with a board that's been stuck against us.
Anyway, to summarize,
the whole economic game, it's a game that's been stacked against African people until we overturn the whole system.
Let me show you something, yeah? Eli Garcia report, all right? Eli Garcia report, yeah?
Read all right, please.
Right, hold on there. Whilst these propaganda were going on, you talked about some propaganda that was going on in terms of foreign relations, yeah? Were going on. The Liberians were still expecting much from the US until the famous memorandum was presented to them early in June. I have read the original document signed by the American charge d'affaires, and I will say that from beginning to end, it is the most insulting and humiliating document ever presented to a free people for ratification. According to the terms of this memorandum, if Liberia wants to use the amount of $5 million to open her credit by the US, she must first submit to the US Secretary of Treasury a financial statement of all her debts and interest on the same. After said debts have been investigated by the US and found correct and binding upon the Republic, the Secretary of Treasury of the US will pay them. For the rest of the amount, a receiver general is to be appointed by the US, who will collect all revenues of the Republic of any source whatsoever and disperse them without the intervention of any Liberian official. Yeah,
that's madness. That's madness.
And we can go on about
why.
Total madness
going on.
Okay, so quickly.
I haven't said that the Firestone Rubber Company tried to place a
clause.
A person in the government, yeah, to take a minister of finance from their company in the Liberian government.
All right, so quickly, the Garcia report shows why Liberia needed that loan, right? It was a bailout because they were living at the expense of the Liberians. Again, keep in mind, and this is what I should have probably said in the thing, wealth is only created in the private sector, right? Government can only redistribute. So if a government like Liberia suppress the private sector, right, there's very little wealth to go to finance the government. So
You're
therefore,
assuming that.
hold on. The government living at the expense of the Liberian, which is the part that you don't want to read, where they saw this that Liberian politicians see the government as a source of career, of finance and whatever, right? So that is why Liberia
is unique to Liberia.
They needed the bailout from the American government because of the Liberian government, because of the profligacy of the Liberian government and the depressed state of the private sector in Liberia. That's why they needed the bailout.
You talk as though Liberia is operating out.
Putting Liberia in a precarious situation where if another government going to bail you out, of course they're going to have conditions. I mean, Americans are not idiot. African government in Liberia, them are the idiot. American idiot. Of course they're going to have conditions.
You think America will put that condition on Britain?
Anyway, I've already said. I've already said that the line of reasoning was to mitigate and deny the criminality of America. Yes, and you've just proven that. So give time. Are you denying that America's a criminal? You're saying this America has been criminal in its relationship with Liberia. Would you deny that?
From its inception.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. As long as we understand that. So we're talking about a criminal trying to bail out a nation that it has put into a certain
why
criminality. We're talking as though the economy of Liberia acts in a vacuum outside of the context of Western colonization, outside of the context of Britain and France in particular being the superpowers in the region. Anyway, these are typical. And even the idea that you can't create wealth, you can only create wealth from the private sector. It's a presupposition. Like there's no evidence for the absolute statement right there. So,
where does government get the money?
No. Don't ask me no question. Prove the statement you made. Yeah. If this is the only way to do it, how do you evidence that?
Government is 3 ways government get money: direct taxes, borrowing, which is indirect taxes, are inflating the money supply, which is a hidden tax.
This is what you just outlined.
That is false.
Exactly.
All right. Tell me how is government getting?
There are many government institutions that run on profit basis. Many government industries.
It's not unusual.
Where?
In China, in Cuba, in Russia, in many places.
And by the way, sorry,
even in America and in the UK.
And also, when you're dealing with subsidizing of things like the agricultural sector, when the government is funding the production, that industry is making a profit.
It's taking from some to fund inefficiency, just like the Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah,
that's what it's doing. Government can't give Group A without taking from Group B.
Okay, all right. These are statements that are made. They're ideological statements more than they're actually factual.
That's correct.
Right. So it's the idea that wealth can only be created in the private sector. It's an ideological statement.
All right,
hold on. It's not something that you can evidence or prove, because the idea that a government cannot make profit doesn't even make logical sense. Like that doesn't make any logical sense, right? What it is that according to the interests of the capitalists, they would prefer to put forward the idea so that they have a monopoly over how capital and wealth is produced and how capital is owned, yeah, within the nation. And that's what happens today, because the reality is that we're talking about a situation today in which liberal policies are being put forward for the sake of and in the interest of those who already have a monopoly of capital. Yeah, that's exactly why. That is why whenever liberal policies are instituted,
you never listen to the presentation.
It never seems to result in.
I addressed this point already.
It never seems to result in. But these are the liberal policies. You're talking in abstractions. I'm talking in realities, right?
No,
you
recognize the reality that. You recognize the reality that the government is big in America. You recognize that reality. It's not laissez-faire.
At the same time, them same corporation, when they get in trouble, then go to the government for bailout.
Right. When it comes to the the liberals and the neoliberals of today don't seem to have a big problem with this. Yeah, they support all these policies when they go down. But they talk about socialism in Ghana in the 1960s, right?
Yeah,
right. But the reality is that when we talk about neoliberal policies, yeah, these are some of the same policies that run that the IMF and the World Bank espouse. That when them going at your nation, you have to go on the neoliberal, laissez-faire capitalist policy. So therefore, you must.
That's not true.
Reduce trade barriers. Yes, reduction. You already said taxes is an illiberal policy. So you must reduce or get rid of taxes.
No,
trade barriers is an illiberal policy. So you must get rid of or reduce trade barriers. These are the policies that the IMF and the World Bank encourage and coerce nations to go into, right? And so what happens is, so then when we look at the evidence of these things, we can see that these liberal policies, one second, that these liberal policies have not produced for African people. They have not.
But when we implement them in Africa, we get criticized because look when in 2008, when the banks was failing, the auto industry was failing, the government came in and bailed out everybody, billions and billions, and just a giveaway.
And that's limited government.
But if you try that in Africa, you'll be accused of called a communist, you'll be called a socialist, you'll be called every demonic word.
But if that is a problem for the liberals, then why are the liberal voices not strong and big on these things as they are about communism that existed in the 90s? Why are the liberal voices, why are the economic laissez-faire liberal voices busy fighting the Cold War as opposed to the big government of America and it's bailing out of the banks and the automobile industry? Why is that?
How long the Jamaican government trying to bail out the sugar industry?
No, they didn't. The sugar industry collapsed.
They don't have no money.
The Jamaican government cannot bail out anything. The Jamaican government don't have no money. So the reality is, what the Jamaican government does not. Because it spends.
They started off as a handicap.
Exactly, because it spends a significant amount of its national
income
budget. GDP. Yeah. Paying back loan and all kind of stupidness and abiding by the Jamaican government is still abiding by IMF and World Bank dictates all to this day.
Because we borrowed their money.
How do we pay for road? How do we pay for school?
Jamaica borrowed the people their money under laissez-faire capitalist liberal policies. That's what happened.
Exactly.
And no, it can't produce no wealth in the people, them nation. It can't do it. It's never happened.
Tell me the decade in Jamaican history when we had laissez-faire capitalism.
I tell you this. When you come to building schools, when it comes to building hospitals, when it comes to building roads,
but you don't say it's never existed. Jamaica. So if America and Britain never did it, when would Jamaica have done it? Wait, what kind of question are you asking? Yeah, this laissez-faire capitalism, by your own admission, has never existed. Yeah, it has never existed.
No, I'm saying in this pure form.
It has never existed.
When was there?
You don't give that concession when you're fighting the Cold War. You don't give that concession to the socialists. Them, it's pure farm. Them can't say that to you. Yeah.
All right. So Jamaica has never had limited government. Then you agree?
No, Jamaica doesn't have a government. Jamaica doesn't have a government. Jamaica's government is a satellite. Jamaica's government is a satellite of Britain and America.
So
Delany, Jamaica ever have limited government? When was that?
Does not have a government. Jamaica's government is a satellite of Britain and America.
That's correct.
All right.
That is correct. So, when Siaga had Jamaica, what happened?
Huh?
When Siaga was in control, what did he do? He cut out the school. All he did was cut out the school lunch, cut out the free school, take away the uniform for the people them, cut back every bloody thing that was helping the people them,
and kill the people in the process.
Hey, say when I got my first uniform in school in Jamaica, It was given to me by the PNP government. When I got my first toothbrush and my first toothpaste, they came to the school to give to the student. I had to go to school barefoot and no shoes and the first clothes we get and them can't come to school can't give we, you know.
Anyway, listen.
So,
yeah, you know, I forgot.
Yeah. So some of us want land it was here I gotta come and took all those things away.
All right, so Delany, as a committed comrade, you should know of the article by a man called Timothy Ashby, criticizing the Siaga government of keeping the policies, keeping the state ownership, keeping the high government intervention in the economy in the 80s, bringing over the same model from the 70s to the 80s. You should know of that article since you're a big comrade.
So who you blame for that?
So,
who you blame for that?
Politics.
You got euphemism. Boy, you got euphemism to death.
All right, we're done. No, that's a good place to done. Let's leave it there.
That was give thanks, my brother. Listen, it was a good conversation.
Sorry, you know what I'm gonna do though? Sorry, what I'm gonna do is because Comrade Mello fell out and he did want to ask a question, so I'm gonna allow it because he's been very patient. All right, and this is gonna be the last thing. So yeah, Brother Delany. So I'm gonna leave that there, sir. I'm gonna go to Comrade Mello and
yes, sir.
And yeah. Comrade?
Yeah, man. Bless up. So, yeah, Kofi have been trying to sell us about the liberalism and thing. This is the way forward for Black people, apparently. I just think you have to be the change you want to see, right? So, I have to ask first, because you said you're a teacher by profession. Are you a capitalist, considering that teachers are paid by the government, most of them? So, I have to question, are you a capitalist?
Okay, I'm not a business owner. That's what you ask. And it is.
You could be a business owner and not be a capitalist. I'm a business owner. I'm certainly not a capitalist.
It's so typical of the socialists to go straight for the personal instead of attacking the argument. Me know say you was going to this up. You are a good comrade.
So you're not a capitalist then?
Instead of attacking the argument.
Easy basic bad.
You're selling me something that you're not practicing. So
I already explained to you.
What Comrade Mello is saying that you should be working for a school. That's what.
Yeah. Me know. I already explained to you that the ideal is free market capitalism, but because government has grown so big that
So government is preventing you from becoming a capitalist, but there are other capitalists that exist though and becoming capitalists day by day.
Personal initiative and all them something there. What is what?
Yeah, okay. Well, your individual action supposed to cumulatively make the place better.
Work hard, pull yourself up and all them something there.
Exactly.
If you had listened to what I was saying, is that supporting capitalism don't mean that you're good at business. You understand? Capitalists, the issue of value creation is not anybody can do it. And just because you support a capitalist system, don't mean that you have to be a capitalist. What I'm saying is that if the government want to pay teachers more, police more, for roads, etc., it has to have a capitalist system to generate the wealth before you redistribute it, right? And if you understand that, instead of trying to get personal, you understand.
No, but you say you want the government to be smaller. So how is the government going to get smaller and pay teachers more and all of that?
How the government what?
You want the government to be smaller, spend less, interfere. I mean, education is an industry, right? Why can't we depend on the private education industry to educate the masses? Why is it that government has to be paying most of the teachers?
Good. It's a good question, and maybe you should have asked it earlier on, right? Because we're running out of time. But
don't worry, we'll bring you back on at some point in the far future, Kofi. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but you ask the most important.
You can feel free to answer it in brief. I'm not going to stop you from answering it. I'm gonna, because you are correct. We don't have a lot of time, but you can answer the question.
All right. So the short answer is that yes, government is an industry. education is a service, right? And if you allow more competition in the industry, then you allow for more choice and more innovation and better services. If the government cuts back,
what is preventing that? What's blocking further competition in education? What's stopping a capitalist from opening a school?
Politics.
Okay. The
government knows that if it promotes free market capitalism, if it promotes the idea that prosperity is as a result of government becoming limited and the private sector growing, they know they will never win an election. Right, so the problem is really culture, the people. Politics is downstream from culture.
It sounds like the private individuals want state-funded education.
Change people's minds first. Yeah, you have to change people's mind first to understand and appreciate. And the reason why the country is broke is because the people don't have industry like in Liberia, or very little industry in Jamaica.
Still on education, right? I noticed that, say, the oil industry or the weapons manufacturers, they can lobby, and if they have a will to get their industry going or whatever, they lobby the government and do it. What's that? Because anyway, that's a sexist, but bless up. Thanks for trying. Have a good day.
Yes, comrade.
Yo,
if I throw a rock stone off comrade Coffee, you know what I mean? A lot of these things. All right, Coffee, we'll debate until the end of time, but we'll give thanks, for your representation. You know what I'm saying? And I try to be a fair African, and the reality is that your school of thought is a ever growing one. And
really?
Oh yeah, definitely. There's many Africans who are promoting neoliberal policies.
What percentage? Policies. Since you into percentages, give me a.
That's not possible. I would say that particularly in the Western world, however, America and Britain, there's a growing movement, particularly in the anti-socialist kind of camp, to promote liberal policies in place of socialism and capitalism, in place of socialism, and so it's definitely growing, and there's different shades of it. There's, like, for example, there was a significant
which country?
For example, there was a significant, albeit small, pro-Trump element among some black voters in America.
Trump is not a liberal.
But like yourself, a lot of Trump supporters are, right? And so that is
a lot of them supporting for the wrong reasons.
That is I think all of them
supporting for his illiberal.
I think all of them supporting for the wrong reasons. That's not the point. The point is that there is a growing. And sorry, I should also say that with the Africa Rising narrative, and this idea that the fastest growing economies are on the African continent, that is generally speaking run by liberal, neoliberal type talking points. So there's a growing sensibility around these things.
The neoliberal talking point.
My only point is that as a people, whether we agree or disagree, we have to understand the arguments that are being made. And so that is why you were invited on to present the argument, and brothers and sisters can debate it. And I'm sure ones have learned something, whether they agree or disagree from the discourse, and that is the most important thing. All right. So we give thanks, Brother Coffee, for you coming on. And I'm sure I'll catch you again in the future. All right. Peace and blessings. Love, African liberation, freedom, and nationhood, and all these things. All right, blessings. So kings and queens, that was that. I do want to bring you to the overstanding once again of the fact that I am hosting the brother Kemi Seba on the 22nd of April As I said to you before, there's a bit of a discrepancy with the venue at the moment, but we're trying to sort it out for you. So do stay tuned for all information in that regard. But yeah, stay tuned to this channel for more information. And I will say this, yeah, for those who are familiar with Got Kush TV, yeah, you know, just stay tuned in it. Yeah, we've got some things coming for the Got Kush TV ites in the building. All right. So yeah, once again, I hope you got something from that reasoning. 10-9 Wadi. Be thankful unto the Mother, Father, creative life force of the universe. Kudzai Muzimu Mukulu. Give praises unto our great ancestors, Abibi Tumi, Abibi Fahodie, African power and African liberation for all African people. Share, share, share.